I'll make it up, I'll make it, I'll make it up, I'll make it
Good evening. You're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois on Tuesday, April 12th, 2022 at around 11 p.m. And on the docket for today is the third game in the Mortem L.A. trilogy. If the chat could let me know if you can hear me okay. So as I said, the third game in the trilogy of games from the Mortem L.A. series sold by Mysterious Package Company. This is the mysterious game, clearly based on Sherlock Holmes Consulting detective system, but not sold in the normal board game channels. The first game we played was Lights, Camera, Murder and completely blew us away. Set in the film noir 1948 setting, felt like a sequel to Gumshoe, the notorious 1986 Sherlock Holmes Consulting detective spinoff. The second game in the series we played last week was Death in La Land, set in a carnival park. Not quite as good. Both of those games took us 2 7-hour sessions to complete. I suspect this one will also take us 2 sessions to play. This one is called Lucha Muerte. There's the cover image. This is the box. They all come in a similar box. You can see here's the book that comes with Lucha Muerte. This one actually looks a little thicker than the other previous two, not by too much. And we don't know how much of it is going to be sort of choose your own adventure action thing. So it's a little hard to know if a bigger book means anything. We'll go through this box and open it up. I've already got the map. This one has sort of a middle ground map between the first two. The first one had an amazing giant double-sided map of Los Angeles. Second one was set in a cartoonish amusement park. This one we're back to central Los Angeles, a little more business-like. This will be full of spoilers, as usual. We will read everything from start to finish. You can only play these games once, so if you plan to play this game, and so far they've been good, so you might want to really consider playing, then you should turn off this stream once we get started and play it, and then you can come back and watch it afterwards. We'll do some bookkeeping now for a second. On Sunday, we played the first case of Bureau of Investigation. It was interesting, it was different, it was fun. I think we're going to play Case 2 fairly soon. You can talk to Jonathan about that. We'll schedule that when it comes up. That's not public yet. It'll be public in a month or so. It's public while it was live, then we take it off so people have a chance to play the game. I've already said this will probably be session 1 of 2. We've been playing them in a row, so maybe tomorrow we'll be playing the second session. But Jonathan, you can let me know if that's true. After this game, though, our schedule is sort of open. If you're interested, if you've been joining us, and I see we've got the regulars here, the detectives Anna Maria, Lala Velasquez, Duke of Zill, Drunk Tiger, Jonathan Warner. Most of you are already on the Board Game Geek Guild forum for this channel, but if you're not, stop by. There's a link on the YouTube community tab, and you can help us decide what games to play next, and you can let us know your schedule, so we'll try to schedule it when most people, when more, if we have a choice of schedule, we'll schedule it when more people can watch it. It's convenient. But do let us know what games you think you'd like to see played. There is also a Discord for this channel. I have Discord open 24 hours a day anyway. If you, no one here is in it, but if you want to stop by the Discord just to chat, it's always open. Anyone else have anything else to talk about sort of before we get started? I wanted to make a movie recommendation that I am shocked I have not recommended before. There's two movies to recommend for this game. The first one is Nacho Libre, the Jack Black movie, and I'm not sure I've even seen the whole thing, so it's more a recommendation based on topic. And we'll talk about the topic in a minute. But I have a real movie recommendation to strongly recommend. A movie called Kid Detective. 2020. It sounds like it's a kid's movie, but it's not. It's an adult movie. Kid Detective 2020. I don't want to say anything more about it, but expect that we're going to talk about it on the next stream. So that's your homework. If you want to talk movies, go find and watch Kid Detective, or The Kid Detective from 2020. All right. Duke of Zill says, sounds like case 2 of this was a little sillier. Yeah, it was a little more cartoonish for sure. After we play this one, I will probably record a non-spoiler review of the 3 of them. I say probably because if you'll remember, there is an announced but unreleased as of yet 4th game in the Post-Mortem series, but not set in LA. This one's called Post-Mortem London Gothic. It's not clear if it's written by the same author. Remember, last week we did some detective work of our own and discovered the author of this game, even though their name isn't on it. There is a name on this booklet, not on the first one, but on the second and third, but it's a pseudonym. So we did some research. We found out who it is. I've tried to reach out to that person. I'm going to make you watch the first case 2 to see all of our discussion of that. I haven't heard back from them. I heard back from the company a little bit, but not heard back any answers to my questions. So we'll see if we ever get an answer to that, or if it's just supposed to be a mystery. Anything else to cover? Bookkeeping? Anyone want to say anything they're up to? Whatever? Any other movie recommendations? Anything like that? While I'm waiting, Jonathan and I were talking about the Bureau of Investigation Case 1 playthrough, and I think I slowed it down a bit more than I should have. Maybe I'll talk about this when we play Case 2, but I think part of that is that there's such a delay in YouTube between what I say and what you hear and then your reply, and so I'm going to lean towards sort of talking to the channel, but you guys feel free to talk amongst yourselves and shout out in the chat when you want me to do something. Don't wait for me to ask a question and then you to reply and then me to reply. I think the delay is too great. So we're going to have to sort of do it where you guys are on your independent tracks and you make suggestions and I'll try to take those suggestions. But we'll try to do less of a me asking a question. I'll just push forward. So this case, it's clear from the title and from the booklet here, is set in the world of Lucha Libre. So the name of the case is Lucha Muerte, which I believe means death fight or fight of death or something like that. And then Lucha Libre is the name for Mexican wrestling, which is this wrestling with masks and staged wrestling like we have in America here. But there's some real history of Lucha Libre, Mexican wrestling from the 1900s up, and I get this is going to be in that world and a play off that. We don't know how cartoonish it's going to be, how serious it's going to be, etc. Drunk Tiger says, I finished buying my collection of all 6 volumes of Sherlock Files this week and really love those games. Well, I'm going to have another look at those. I have a question. So I have one of the boxes of Sherlock Files. My memory of it is that you really need multiple players to play it because everyone's got a hand of cards. They're playing cards to reveal clues. It's a co-op. But it seems like a co-op where each person has some hidden information. They're trying to decide what clues to give to the group to read. Is that right? So it's not really suitable for solo play. I believe that's right. Okay, anything else? But I'm going to have to take another look at those. And here's Robert to join in on the play. All right, let's take a look at this box and see what we've got here. We've got our story, our clue book. We've got an introduction letter, which we'll read in a second. We've got the normal checklist here. Same as before. Everything is the same. We've got the rules, just like the first 3 games. It's in a nice different color, but otherwise it looks identical. We've got this that I printed out summarizing our informants. It's the same list. Let's just make sure that's in our notepad here. Ella Crane, Nola Graves, Trudy Stein, Feswick, Rose, Joe, Eddie, Carl Burwatch. Yes, same list. Okay. And remember, this is the notebook. And I can see it's got a sample. This is new. This got added to it. And then there's this, which I thought at some point was a initial first clue, but I believe this is just a sample clue to show you how they suggest you keep your notes. But I haven't been writing on this. It's a nice idea. I like it. It makes me want to buy some booklets like this and have them printed up. I'd buy them if someone was selling them. But we'll put this aside. We're not going to use this. This can go aside. We've got a directory. Different. They went, we've seen Sherlock Holmes uses the same directory basically from 1981 to 2020, essentially the same directory. Here, for each case, they make a new directory. This one's a lot thinner than the first one. It looks nice, though. It looks the part. We've got our yellow pages of things organized by category. And then the residential pages and some ads. Okay, we've got a newspaper, which you know the drill. We'll have to read this entire newspaper, which will take us 45 minutes to do, and then we'll have to take a nap. And then we've got, just like before, our 5 bags of evidence, which will open when the time comes, a little pencil that says Global Detective Agency, a pin, the solution booklet, and again, as in case 2, a totally useless superlative poster. Probably totally useless, although it's possible some of this will be relevant, but probably not. This is partly why this game costs $69, more than any other game in this genre. I'm not sure if that's money well spent on the posters, but we'll just leave it in the box for now. So we have what we need: our directory, our clue book, our newspaper, our introductory letter, and our list of informants, and we can put the rest aside. All right, let's see. In the chat is the comment: the front of the newspaper looks even denser than usual. Okay. Yes, it does. The newspaper feels like the most painful part for the YouTube stream. This is like where this is what people turn on to go to sleep. Like if you want to go to sleep, turn on someone reading the newspaper. Especially since most of it is irrelevant and it's from 1948. All right. Anything else before we start and I start reading the introduction here? I think because this is our third game, I didn't need to go into so much history. We're just ready to jump in and start. Was the poster in case 2 totally useless as predicted? Yes, it was. Absolutely. Absolutely. The poster in case 2 had no value other than to be something you put on your wall if you like that kind of stuff. In fact, here's a little bit of trivia. These games, this set of 3, I bought all used on eBay. They had already been opened. It's clear now that none of them were played, but they all were listed as like having this commemorative coin removed. And I'm not sure if you buy it now from the company whether this coin is included, but I think the person who bought these bought it for that nice commemorative detective coin. You can still buy this set $69 each or the entire set for some small discount. I'm told that they have sales regularly, and we can see in all of these cases, if you connect or sign up, you can get 10% off, whatever. So, for what that's worth. Lala Velasquez says she actually got this a couple months ago and it had the coin. There you go. All right. It's fun to have people in the chat. All right. Here we go. Let's read our newspaper, our introduction letter that we've got from our office. Los Angeles head office of the Global Detective Agency. Dear Agent, we appreciate your assistance on this case. While certain GDA resources will be made available to you, we expect you to conduct your own investigation in an independent fashion, examining evidence and interviewing witnesses. All the files you need to do so are enclosed in this dossier. Upon conclusion, you will be required to fill out a final report, Form 15A. We're used to that. In your capacity as a probationary, cautionary, auxiliary investigator, I guess we have not been promoted yet, you are to provide third-party review of law enforcement casework. The GDA prefers thorough work done by diligent agents. Therefore, seek out as many leads as necessary to file a complete investigation report. Both your letter of recruitment and your GDA badge are required to access our Los Angeles auxiliary offices and make use of GDA resources. They do not, however, entitle you to use of a sidearm or coffee, which remains 2 cents. So I got it wrong in the chat. I thought it was 3 cents. Best of luck on your case. Do whatever you deem necessary, but also keep in mind our eyes never sleep. Our boss is still Ella Crane, and she is no nonsense. She does not mess around. When we come to her for help, she always chews us out for asking for help. All right, there's our letter to get us in, open some doors for us, get us started. They are always identical. Duke is pointing out. Jonathan was complaining about those, but I feel like I need that letter. Like I need a little bit of a formal thing in case I have to show it to someone. I don't feel like I should be dropped in without a formal letter putting me on the case. All right, let us look at this book here. So there's a background of the story here, a little teaser, but I don't think we need that. Some of my friends here are completely opposed to watching trailers. They range from they'll watch it in the theater, but they'll never watch a movie trailer at home. And then Greg will hold his ears and eyes if he watches a trailer in the movie theater. He doesn't want to know anything about it. And I get it. It is sometimes better when you don't know anything about a movie, and the trailers give away a lot. But I read an article once that studied people that did a survey of whether having spoilers made the movie experience better or worse. And people think, like, people don't want spoilers. Don't give me any spoilers, it will ruin the movie for me. And they did this study, and they found that it didn't make a difference in your enjoyment. And I think that makes sense because you get the spoiler, it steals some of the surprise, but it's like getting some foreshadowing. You encounter the movie differently because you know what stuff that's going to happen, but then you see things that other people don't because you know what's coming up. So I think you get a different experience. All right, let's read our introduction. The introduction inside the case, which you'll remember is the first thing we read. Now look at this. 2019, this case. All three of these games are like 2019. How did Shaughnessy, who we know is the author of these, how did these all get done in like a 1 year, 2 year span? These are like games that should have taken many years to make. It's very confusing to me how this trilogy got made all at once. Everything about these cases are a mystery. But before I read this has reminded me of something I wanted to say. Ever since we played Adventures by Gaslight, which was 45 hours long, and then we wrote a 45-page PDF patch kit with tons of extra dialogue and text and epilogue and stuff, and Gumshoe, played Gumshoe. I've been starting keeping notes on like game design of an epic marathon, like my perfect game, my perfect case. And I'm starting to sketch it out. I've got a 13 case series spanning like 3 or 4 decades. Each case is connected and it continues on for 10 years. If anyone wants to collaborate on making one of these games, but a game that's part of a campaign along the lines of Gumshoe, starting in the 20s, going to the 60s, 50s, if you're willing to do most of the work, I will help out. Get in touch with me. All right, here we go. Back to our case. We've got a little quote, as these 3 cases have done. Don't you know that a midnight hour comes when everyone has to take off his mask? Do you think life always lets itself be trifled with? Do you think you can sneak off a little before midnight to escape this? Soren Kierkegaard. Kierkegaard's a famous philosopher, writer, don't know. Duke of Zill says the 10 cases in Dave Neal's box were written over 5+ years. Yes, you're right, Duke of Zill. These could have been written over a long period and then just all published all at once. But it's still a mystery how you could make such a well-polished game. These games need play testing and... Okay, here we go. Introduction. As you reach the top of Lookout Hill, the California sun still seems unsure. Does it really want to burn off the fog and reveal, today of all mornings, this godforsaken city of angels? Turning your back on downtown, 3 giant snakes twist across the land below you. The freeway, the railway, and the full to bursting Los Angeles River. Trucks rumble down the Pasadena, gulls squawk into the sky, and finally it's like the sun has no choice. It rises fully, piercing the fog in the valley with streaks of golden light, as if showing you where to go, in case somehow you forgot. Last night it was all fire and brimstone, thunder, lightning, and torrential rains. Even here at the top of the hill, the ground underfoot is still soft with mud. You take a breath and start down the slippery path into Chavez Ravine. You've heard plenty of warnings about this cut of earth, just a mile from downtown L.A. It's a gangland, a no man's land, a place of dark magic. A shantytown, a slum, a lawless, godless canyon. Don't go in there alone. Don't go in there with something to lose. In fact, don't go in there at all. But of course, it's your job to walk into the valleys of the shadow of death with nothing but a hat and a badge. So you follow the footpath down into the early mist. Descending now in silence, you attempt again to decipher the dispatch that woke you up from the deep end of the night. Communication to Agent 24, double homicide by gunshot, local wrestler in custody, charged with murder, 2 counts, jurisdiction now GDA. Proceed to Iglesia El Santo Nino, Chavez Ravine, file in process, to be delivered on site. Site to be rescued. Investigation to be restarted. Embark post haste. This is your case, Agent. You ask the dispatch operator to repeat it, word for word, 2 more times. Then, not a lick less baffled, you embarked post haste. Now, as the last bit of fog burns away, wooden roofs emerge among palm trees and bushes, wisps of chimney smoke. The air smells of horses and bougainvillea. Bougainvillea. Don't know what that is. It's as if you've traveled 100 miles from downtown and 100 years back in time. The silence gives way to the creak of trees, a whisper of wings, butterflies, the bleat of a goat, then the sound of a guitar, a minor chord drifting up through the brush. Finally, the path emerges onto a muddy dirt road. You're not sure which way to go, but if this were the case of the missing guitarista, you'd already have solved it. He's sitting on the porch of the nearest shack, plucking and strumming away. His face is raised to the rays of the rising sun, and his eyes are splintered clouds. His home may be rough, but it also glows. The outside walls are painted in bright colors. Wind chimes sparkle in the sun, adding quick notes to his sad song. You look around at the other houses, all brightly painted, connected by washing lines, embroidered dresses dancing in the breeze. I guess we've crossed over to Mexico, is what it sounds like. This place hardly fits your preconceptions, but ain't that always the way? Who knows why we still do it, all that pointless preconceiving. Then again, if there's anything you've learned so far, as probationary, cautionary, auxiliary investigator for the GDA, it's that things are rarely as they first appear. And even blind men and butterflies can prove deceptive, first thing in the morning on your way to a double homicide. You wait for a beat between bars, then wish the man a good morning. He cocks his head towards you. You ask him how to get to the church from here. His hand hovers above the strings. El Santa Nino, you say? A door opens across the way. A man appears on the porch, followed by a woman. The guitar rings out once more. You hear another door swing open, then another. Steam rises on the road. You're about to give up on the guitarista. Then all of a sudden he stands up and, still playing his guitar, steps down off the porch and begins to walk up the center of the road. You follow him, letting the blind man lead you through the unpaved streets of Chavez Ravine. A church bell tolls somewhere up ahead, 6 hollow clangs echoing through the canyon. And now more people are coming out of their houses, lining the road, but not in a friendly, welcoming way. You look at their eyes and watch their twitchy fingers. Then you see something moving behind them, out from between the houses. The movement transforms into figures, something like people, but not quite. Sinister creatures. A giant fish man, a green demon, a muscle-bound skeleton, a minotaur, a spaceman. They move through the lines of people slowly surrounding you, and now you can see, though it makes it no less fearful, they are not simply monsters. They are instead monstrous humans. Ghoulish masks tight upon their faces. The guitarist is strumming deeply, as if only his song keeps them at bay. You move together, the people, the creatures and you, a strange volatile procession. As the Church of El Santo Nino finally comes into view, you think of your training, and that this is not how a GDA agent is meant to arrive on the scene. Then the music stops. The guitarista steps aside, and there at the top of the stairs, as if guarding the church doors, stands a line of red archangels. Or rather, a half-dozen men in crimson masks and capes, ready to descend upon you. And now the guitarist is reaching out, offering you his hand as he steps up the stairs towards them. We've already got 2 choices. Take the blind man's hand and go to lead 524, or pull out your credentials and confront the crowd. I wonder if we shouldn't, I'm trying to remember in the previous case. It feels to me like in the previous case, and maybe in the first case, see if you remember this. I feel like we got to a paragraph that told us we had a newspaper. It wasn't set up properly. It wasn't formally like, go get the newspaper now. And almost all of these games, in fact, all of the games I can remember us playing, they all basically start you out with the newspaper. I think it would make more sense for you to only get the newspaper when the game tells you. I think these games would benefit from having the game tell you when you have access to the newspaper. Adventures in Gaslight kind of did that for one of the newspapers. I wonder if we shouldn't not read the newspaper to start out with. Maybe we should wait till we run out of a little bit of leads to read the newspaper. What do you think about this idea, changing up how we do it, not reading the newspaper in the beginning? I mean, this seems like we're ready to make a decision. Maybe I don't think we should read the newspaper yet. I think we wait. And we do know from this series, do not go to the informants. They are like big hints, spoilers. The informants are spoilers. Those are left. You could skip those completely or just read them at the end when you get bored. All right, so I think we're going to wait on the newspaper. We're going to try it differently this time. We're going to wait on the newspaper. We'll read it when we get bored of leads, when we don't know what else to do. It seems more thematic, and I think this is going in my notes, in my game design case notes of ideas. I got lots of ideas. All right, here we go. So this is going to be a test. We can either take the blind man's hand or go to lead 21 or pull out your credentials and confront the crowd. All right, so I just got finished saying how I like to have this document to give me permission to open doors. I feel like this is the wrong thing to do, but I feel like I have to be true to my word. We're still auxiliary probationary people. I think I'm just going to show them my credentials, which I made this whole blustery thing about how it's important. So I am going to pull out my credentials and confront the crowd. I don't like the sound of that, but I'm going to show them my credentials. All right, now we're going to remember. We're going to keep track of leads we visit. Maybe we'll use cards for that. So we've got intro, and then we're going to go to 524. Not 524, that's if we follow his lead. We're going to show the credentials and our letterhead to this crowd and tell them we have permission to be here. Although this is American, I think we're on Mexican soil. In fact, do we know where we are? Yes, we do. Let's take a look. So I see here's the Chavez Ravine. So we actually are not in Mexico. We are still in LA. It's just we're in a bad area of LA. All right. So, and the chat is agreeing with me about the newspaper. It's too early in the morning. Newspaper hasn't gotten to the press yet. Okay. All right, here we go. I'm showing the crowd my documents. What's the worst that can happen? Okay, let's try to flex this a little. 448. Turning to face the crowd, you reach into your jacket pocket. You're going for your credentials, but to a mob of angry masked men, it looks like something else. The first blow comes from your left, an elbow to the side of your head that knocks off your hat and rattles your skull. As you turn to your attacker, half man, half bull, he drops on all fours, and what looks like a giant space monkey comes launching off his back, spinning through the air and striking down, fists clenched together onto the back of your neck. White light flashes through your head and everything fades to black. Accept a second chance and take the blind man's hand instead, or stick with your decision. You might regain consciousness eventually. Okay, so essentially it's saying that was the wrong thing. We're going back where we could have gone in the beginning to 524. Okay, so they mistook that as us going for a gun. All right. All right, a little bit of choose your own adventure-y feel here. 524. As you take his hand, sunlight glances off the crescent moon of his guitar. You walk together up the stairs toward the line of red-caped men. The eyes of their masks look like golden wings. It's a righteous, vengeful look. They stare you down, the crowd in the street growing louder. As the blind man steps up, the red angels part as if to let you through. The doors of El Santo Nino swing open. But then, as you move towards them, the hat is knocked from your head. Let go of his hand to pick up your hat, or forget the hat and go with the blind man into the church. They're not happy with us here. I mean, hats are important. Did you ever see, what's the Coen Brothers movie that's all about hats? I can't remember the name of it. It's one of my favorites, though. Who knows the Coen Brothers movie that's about the hi-hats and everything, the gangsters? It's really good. All right, I'm going to pick up my hat. I think I'm not ready to give up my hat. Yeah, I think everyone agrees. $5.99. I mean, this might not end well for us again, but it doesn't seem like there's any real penalty other than reading stuff. All right. Like a child who's dropped a precious toy in the road, you let go of the blind man's hand and turn to pick up your hat, but it's not on the ground. It is instead sitting atop the masked head of what appears to be some kind of giant space monkey. He lets out a loud, mocking screech as you reach inside your jacket. Uh-oh, again, here we go. but to a mob of angry masked men, it looks like something else. The first blow comes from your left, an elbow to the side of your head. As you turn on to your attacker, half man, half bull, he drops on all fours. Then comes the space monkey, launching off his back, spinning through the air right down on top of you. The last thing you see before everything fades to black is your hat spinning towards oblivion. Stick with your decision. Nothing happens. Otherwise, we do it over and go back to 864. So far, we are doing all the things that are wrong, but it just leads to a little paragraph. Okay, now we're back. It's forcing us to do 864. You can see maybe why this book is a little bigger than the others. All right, we just lost our hat. 864. All right, this looks like the long one. What do you guys like better? Does it better when I have it side view like this? Or is it better like this? Or I could even do like this, although that requires some scrolling. No, so you're basically, the choice is this or this. I feel like I gotta stick with the idea that the channel is half humans, half game. So this is the right way to go. Drunk Tiger says 4 leads in and we have 2 concussions already. It's true. Beyond the threshold, he drops your hand, and by the time you adjust to the dim inner light, the guitarista is gone. But you can see the high-strung Christ on the cross, a clay adolescent savior, the sheet-tin Virgin Mother of Guadalupe looking down on you. You reach to take off your hat, but of course it isn't there. Ay, Dios mío, says a voice from behind. You turn to see a bald-headed man in cassock and clerical collar. Habla español? He asks. Habla inglés? You answer. He says, do you speak Spanish? And we say, do you speak English? Por supuesto, he says. He steps toward you with a slight bow. I am Father Gregory Tomin. Welcome to El Santo Niño. He has surely lived more than half his life, but the Padre's eyes are still a shining blue. And though impossible to place the accent, his English seems impeccable. Maybe better than yours. But his smoothness gives you pause. Some welcome, you say, dusting off your clothes. What the heck was all that? Ah, says the priest, I see you met the technicos of Chavez Ravine. Technicos? Lucha Libre, he says. In Mexican wrestling, the technicos are the heroes, the freedom fighters fighting on the side of all that is good. You shake your head. I'd hate to meet the bad guys. They took my hat, you know. Got half a mind to arrest them. Unfortunate, he nods. But can you really blame them? You look him in the eye. A masked mob, threatening people without reason, roughing them up and taking their hats? Yes, Padre, I could summon a little blame. He continues to nod, but turns on his heel, walking towards a doorway beyond the pews. Without reason, you say. What's that? You look around, then follow him. You said without reason. Might that be presumptuous? What about policemen who treat you like vermin? Off-duty soldiers beating up your kids? Goon squads tearing down your homes? He turns to face you. Or how about what happened last night? Could that be a reason? Could any of that be a reason? You put up your hands, unsure how to answer. Look, Father, how about we start again? I'm a detective, but I'm not a cop. And that's precisely why I'm here, to find out what happened last night. He pushes open the door and beckons you to follow into a large church hall. The floor is strewn with toppled benches, scattered pinto beans, and a bunch of trampled bingo cards. There's one on the ground between your feet. You bend down to look more closely. It's carefully painted, the squares in rows like cells, and stuck in each another little token of the human condition. El Corazon, La Corona, La Sierra, El Diablito, and of course, La Muerte. Leaving the card on the floor, you look up, and there are two chalk outlines, body-sized, like sleeping ghosts trapped in one dimension. Father Tolman takes a breath, lifts his head, and looks you in the eye. "All right then, detective," he says. "I might elect to trust you for now. But also you should know, simply because I am a man of faith, it doesn't mean I am gullible." You nod, then take out your notebook. "What can you tell me?" "Well, I was not here last night," he says. "At least not at the time of the murders." "Well then, maybe, can you tell me who was?" "Many good people," he says. "Friday night Lotteria is always well attended, but it is not my place to offer up their doors for people in suits to pound on. They've been through enough, detective." You shake your head. "That's not going to cut it, Padre. This is a murder investigation." He looks at the cross on the wall and nods. "Well, certainly Felipe was here. He is our gentle caretaker, and he would want to do what is right." "Can I talk to him?" "Of course. When not here, he is at the school. He takes care of it as well, right across the street." You make a note. "Then there are those you've already met, outside those doors right now. You could try to talk to them." You look around, surmising, until the pastor chimes in again. "You know," he says, "although not present when the murders occurred, I could give you a chain of events, at least as I understand them. My people trust me, and last night they needed to talk. So I believe I know what happened, at least in a general way." You glance around once more. It couldn't hurt. In fact, it's pretty much all you've got right now, unless you want to go back outside to interview the angry mob. The agency files are supposedly en route, but now, considering that route, it might be some time before they arrive. "Okay, Padre," you say, riding a bench. Why don't you take me through it?" He walks over and sits down next to you. You look together upon the detritus of mayhem, the two outlines of ghostly death. Then he begins to speak. "El Santo Niño was full to bursting, as it is on Friday nights. A man declared bingo, but as he rose up to claim the prize, a great crack of thunder struck, then lightning as the doors flew open. The priest's oration echoes through the rafters as if spoken through a shining horn. And there, framed in the entrance, light flashing in the darkness behind, stood the mighty red angel, El Angel Rojo. El Ángel Rojo. Or at least what looked like him. Mask of flaming red, cape like wings from his shoulders, but also he held a shotgun. And the shotgun did ring out." He smacks his fist into an open palm. "Once, twice, 2 men fell. You can almost see them hit the ground right there in front of you. Then the shotgun angel flew off into the night, and all behind him hell arose." As the words echo, you clear your throat. "That's pretty darn vivid, Padre, for someone who was not at the scene." The priest looks at you. "The scene?" he says, then turns back to the chalk outlines. "Think of all those scenes, detective. The bulrushes swaying, that bush bursting into flame, the dark waves dividing. I was not at the scene then. I was not in the desert, the flood, the lion's cave, nor the battle of Jericho, when the walls came tumbling down, and yet you should hear me tell those stories. The walls, they fall like stars from the sky, light, like night crumbling into day, and you can taste the dust as it gathers on your lips." He turns to you once more. "Perhaps I should not tell such stories." You look at him steadily. So when did you arrive? He lifts his chin and resumes the oration, even louder now, playing to the balcony, as if that's where they sit, the ones like you who demand answers, then act like you won't accept them. First arrived the authorities, the mortal, therefore false ones. And they did what they do accordingly. They did not serve. They did not protect. They cowed and tied and struck my people. They cursed and spat upon them. They held them down with threats and lies. And that, detective, is when I arrived, as you say, on the scene, here in the house of God. The priest's hands have started to shake. He stares beyond the invisible bodies, at the cross on the wall. What else did you do, you ask? Everything I could. He looks at you and his eyes are angry. So very, very little. I stood over the bodies and I said a prayer. I told the police, if you are taking anyone, you are taking me too. And in the end, they left the living and took the dead. And then they went and got what they were after. It takes you a moment. The red angel, you say. Father Tolman looks at the cross once more. If it was he who did this, then truly we are forsaken. You must understand, Detective El Angel Rojo, he is not merely a wrestler, not simply a luchador, not even just an angel. He is our symbol, our hope. He is the beating heart of Chavez Ravine. So now our heart has been cut out and put in your cage downtown. And that is why you got the welcome that you did. As if on cue, the door of the church flies open and your surly colleague, Agent Feswick, stumbles into the chapel, shouting behind him into the street beyond. His tie is askew, collar torn, hat busted through. His garbled diatribe continues until he spots the two of you. Christ on a stick, says Feswick. What the hell is going on out there? Father Tolman just looks at him. Feswick walks towards you. Get your own damn files next time, he says, then pulls out a package and hands it over. Open evidence A. All right. So we're going to open evidence A. I don't know how you guys encounter that writing, but I feel kind of like I did when we read the first case. Like, whoa, we're dealing with a real writer. It's just like palpably of a quality of writing that we're not used to. It's just very compelling writing, just as the subtlety of the writing. It's kind of hard to even put your finger on it, why it works, but it's just very compelling writing. It's very vivid characters that people are responding in with dialogue and in ways that feels right, but it also feels like you'd have to be a perceptive person to pick up on the subtleties of this speaking. All right, here we go. The files that he's brought from headquarters. We've met Feswick occasionally. He's one of the informants, and he's always just grouching to us. He's never actually doing anything useful. All right, here we go. What have we got here? Okay. Some documents. Let's see what they are. We've got a witness statement taken by the police, double-sided with some redactions. An autopsy report. Two people were killed. This was a double murder. He said the shotgun rang out twice. Okay. And then we've got the bingo card is what this is. Okay. Interesting. don't know what to make sense of. They've all got little numbers in the corners. Let's take a closer look at this. The ladder, this is like a little French lesson, the heart, Spanish lesson. The heart, pear, drum, lobster, the violin, the hand, bandera. Okay. Like a parrot. All right, we don't know what to make of this yet. Let's take a look at these documents here. Where's my paper clips? Good. Paper clips. If you watched my video on Remedial Detective School for Mystery Narrative Gamers, you would have your paper clips nearby. Paper clip this up. All right, let's see what we've got. So we want to write down that evidence. I should be writing down. This is at 864. Evidence A is witness statement. This is so we can put it back away. Witness statement, autopsy, and bingo. And 864 is the main story. All right, let's see what we've got here. We've got a date, 6/11 at 9:30. Report made to Sergeant Walter McGuire. This is a statement by Roberto Bobby Molina and Elsa Fernandez. Sorry, let's go so you can see this. Case 63. Word for word witness report from Roberto Bobby Molina. It was shocking. Dios mío, I was shocked. I play Loteria every... I'm going to dispense with the Spanish accents, which aren't real, and just read this in my normal voices without the accents. I'm just not capable of doing a whole game in accents. It was shocking. I was shocked. I play Loteria every Friday night, and nothing like this happens, to say the least. It was El Angel Rojo, the Red Angel. You understand? He's a very famous luchador. That is Mexican wrestler from El Barrio right here, Chavez Ravine. I cannot believe. The man, he has bingo, and then El Angel Rojo is all of a sudden there with a gun. Too many shoots. El Jefe and El Hombre with bingo. So he shot the boss, El Jefe, and the man who cried bingo. I do not know the name of El Hombre with bingo, but he is with Los Suertudos. Don't know what that is. El Angel Rojo shoots them dead, El Jefe and El Suertudo. His eyes are fire, loco, crazy, like he's a demon, not angel. He grabs some dollars from La Caja, the box, the money box, then he vanishes. Yes, mask and cape of El Angel Rojo, the same planchas. He is to fight this night in downtown El Templo, Friday night. We have posters all places for the Lucha Libre. So that's the poster. Maybe we should look at this now. At least it's slightly relevant to our case. So here he is. Here's Angel Rojo. So he's the one who burst on the scene in his outfit. Remember, it's fully masked. So someone wearing his outfit burst in. And you can see the fight is scheduled for 21 Alvarez Street in El Templo on June 11th at 7 p.m. So actually, that's a little bit of useful information. And so I guess this happens earlier on the day, and we think 6/11 therefore is Friday night. And on the same night, this guy's scheduled to fight at 7 p.m. Okay, but we're not taking this witness statement till 9:30. And he's saying we've got posters all over the place. He signed it. And here's the witness report from Elsa Fernandez. It was the Red Angel, El Angel Rojo. It was him. He shot people. All right, so wait, let's just write down here. that Roberto Bobby Molina says the Red Angel shot 2 men. One is El Jefe, meaning the boss, I believe, or a wrestler of the name El Jefe. And then the bingo guy, the guy who cried bingo, who's also known as, he's with Los Suertos, Los Suertudos, which I don't know what that is. That could be a local gang, or it could be something else, some word I don't know. Feel free in the chat to look up some of these Spanish words if I don't know them and let us know. Okay, so let's see what Elsa says. She confirms it was the Red Angel. It was him. He shot the people. He shot the men, 2 of them in front of me, in front of all the people. Then he left. Everyone was screaming. Then the police got here. It's a good thing that they are here. Too many bad people in this place. Always violence and crime. And the Red Angel is no better. Now he even sees worse. He's a murderer and a thief. Thank God. Oh, right. That was the other thing he told us. He stole money from the cash box. Okay, so she doesn't seem to tell us anything new. She's just confirming all this. All right, what have we got on the other side? Incident report statement. Okay, so this is Sergeant McGuire. We should say this is Sergeant McGuire's statement. I can't remember if we've heard from Sergeant McGuire in a previous case. Let's see what he says. Double homicide in Chavez Ravine. Synopsis of fact. Why is there stuff redacted? 7:50 p.m. Arrive at Santo Nino along with other officers. Crowd outside. Enter the church. Assess the scene. 2 orders of Swiss cheese with ketchup and half full of... What? What's happening here? Volatile to say the least. Blank. Possibly violent. Return to wagon and call for backup. 8:05 p.m. So he's on the scene at 7:50 p.m. on scene. We don't know exactly when this happened, but he was there by 7:50. Might have taken a while to get there though. 8:05 the cavalry get here. He can't. The crowd's violent. He has to go and hide back. I wonder if these are yeah, I don't know. And these could be like slurs that he's using. Okay, so he goes and hides back in the police wagon. 8:05, the cavalry gets here. 5 Pontiacs, 18 men. Take control of the hall with appropriate force. Secure the scene. Start forensics. Attempt to interview blank witnesses. This is what makes me think he's using slurs that they blanked out. Witnesses uncooperative, even more than the blank usual. Call for the paddy wagon. Further measures required, including on-site citizenship review. INS reach out. This is the naturalization services. In other words, illegal immigration. They reached out to see if people are here illegally. And blank. Surprise, surprise. Witnesses a little more cooperative once he started threatening them with deportation. Until I think he's using a racial slur. Like, I don't even want to say it. Padre gets there. We do our jobs. More redacted stuff. Looks like it's really redacted. Like I can't see through it. According to witnesses, reports on the back of this, one fruity blank wrestler known as Red Angel or Angel Rojo comes out of nowhere with a blank blunderbuss shotgun and throws daylight into 2 other blank. Wearing a mask and a cape, flies off into the night. Account corroborated by other blank. Like other Mexicans, but a bad word for Mexicans. Only in goddamn L.A. These are all like curse words. Maybe they're not all slurs, but they're all curse words. Only in fucking L.A., he's saying. Ascertained location of the Red Angel, El Templo Arena, 21 Olivera Street. 21 Olivera Street. El Templo. Gonna mark this as one of our locations. That's the address that's on that poster. So 8:17, they arrive at that place with backup, and they arrested the Red Angel right where he was supposed to be to perform. So that, I mean, we think someone else is wearing his outfit, right? Or wearing a similar outfit. Obviously, he wouldn't wear that outfit to kill people and rob them. So at 8:17, they arrive. They find him in the dressing room, dressed up in his outfit. No mask or weapon found at the scene. 8:43 in the city jail. So city jail is another location where he is. We might want to go there and talk to him. Book and process Red Angel, a.k.a. Ciro Alvarado. Red Angel. So we know his name. Not the name of the guy who did the shooting, but the real Red Angel's name. Pompous son of a bitch, especially for a damn Mexican in tights. All right. Did it say the name of the officer that interviewed the two recorded witnesses? I believe it's the same guy. Sergeant Walter McGuire made this report, and Sergeant Walter McGuire took the interviews. So maybe we should underline these people. Sergeant McGuire. Those are the two to El Jefe and Los Suertudos. Okay. 6:11. All right. This game's given us some good documents to begin on. Now we've got a autopsy reports of both people with nice diagrams too. Okay, here we go. All right, autopsy report. Special circumstances. It's nice. It looks official. Nice dirty piece of paper. Office of Medical Examiner Autopsy Reports, case number 63-1948. Special circumstances. Still to be evaluated, one of two deceased gunshot victims at the scene. Okay, here we have the name of the dead people. Okay, so our first dead person is Fernando Cortez. He's got an address, 660 Chavez Ravine. Hispanic, male, born 1904, so he's 44 years old. Okay. Death from gunshot. Found at El Santo Nino Chapel. Pronounced by Nolan Graves. He's one of our informants, the medical guy. Died, this says 7:45 p.m. I guess that's when he was pronounced dead. Or no, that's before they arrived at the scene. So that's time of death. Okay, so that's their estimate. Estimated time of shooting. Looks like it's around 7:45 p.m. because the cops don't get on the scene till 7:50. So I guess they think they got there 5 minutes after the shooting. Or whatever. It's just an estimate. Okay. Snakeskin cowboy boots, black baggy pants, black shirt, pinstripe blazer, black leather wallet on a chain containing $38 in bill, $256 in coins, U.S. Navy ID badge, so he's a U.S. Navy man. Served, deconscripted, no longer serves. Empty leather shoulder holster. Wow, that's interesting. So he had a gun, or he could carry a gun. No gun found in his holster. Jacket pockets containing light blue handkerchiefs, zigzag rolling papers, parcel of loose tobacco, pack of gum, lighter, stiletto, switchblade. Bingo card found loosely in right hand. This is probably our bingo winner then. Severe cranial damage, massive brain trauma, extensive blood loss, lividity is posterior and fixed. Subject presents with massive avulsive and penetrating wound 6.5 inches diameter to face and head with near total hard and soft cranial tissue loss of mouth, upper palate, skull, and brain. So pretty gruesome, shot right in the face with a shotgun. Entrance and exit consistent with medium velocity 12 gauge pellet packed casting fired from shotgun at distance between 4 and 8 feet, 9 pellets. So we've got a shotgun description. It's a 12 gauge pellet packed. I don't know that much about shotguns, but they come in different gauges and you can pack them with different ammunition. Shotgun injuries to face and head. Early analysis of body and scene indicates intentional killing, simultaneous or congruent with possible armed robbery. Evidence could support claims that victim was playing bingo at the time of the shooting. Notes, crime scene photos not out of processing at time this report was issued. Please see coroner at 011 to retrieve photos and follow-up. So it's telling us see coroner at 011 for photos and follow-up. So that might be, that's an informant, but that might be one that we're supposed to go see not at the very end, because it sounds like there might be photos for us. Drunk Tiger says his birthday was 3 days ago. That's an interesting point. Date of death 6/11, birthday 6/8. Okay, let's see autopsy diagram. So, shot right in the face, blasted a hole right out the back of his head. Shotgun injuries to the face and head. This is Nolan Graves, the coroner. Okay, let's see what the next body looks like. Here we've got Enrique Ramirez, 34 years old, lives at 633 Chavez Ravine. They both live near there. Same time of death. Clothing and personal reports, brown pressed pants. This guy was a Navy man. We should write that down. Ex-Navy. And he's missing his sidearm. He's got a holster, but no gun in it. This is going to be the guy who belongs to Studadero, whatever that is. All right, what has he got? Brown shoes, wire-rimmed glasses, wallet, driver's license, $18, photo of woman and child, looks like he's got a family. Front right pocket, 6 colorful Mexican bingo cards. One, two, three, four, five, 6. That's weird. It's saying he's got 6 colorful bingo cards, and then it's listed a couple of them here. It said the shrimp, El Soldado, the soldier, which isn't on here. El Valente, the hero. So these are different cards, I guess. I'm not sure. This isn't one card. It sounds like these are different cards. Don't know that it's important, but we'll leave some judgment aside as to what this actually represents. Lividity is posterior and fixed. We don't really know. I remember we had some discussion about fixed lividity on a previous case, and I don't remember what it meant. Massive brain trauma, extensive blood loss, oversized, avulsive, penetrating wound, same as the other guy, to face and head, again shot in the face. Wow. Entrance and exit consistent with medium velocity 12 gauge pellet packed casing, fired from shotgun, distance 5 and 12 feet, a little bit further away. Mild abrasions on left shoulder and elbow, most probably sustained by fall from platform of approximately 20 inches, directly subsequent to mortal injury. Intentional killing simultaneous or congruent with possible armed robbery. Evidence could support claims that victim was carrying out duties of bingo caller. He's a caller. That's why he's got a bunch of different cards in his hand, in his pocket. Okay, so bingo caller. With cards. He's got some specific cards, but he's the caller. This is El Jefe. This is the boss, is the caller. And we should note that we've got his specific cards if they're important. Crime scene photos not out of processing. See the coroner. Okay, so here we go. So there's shotgun wound again. Wow, it's like he's shot in the exact same place. I wonder why this guy's shooting people in the face. That's kind of unusual. Usually you go for center of mass, like in the chest, right? Okay, chat says, I think he was calling bingo. We can quickly check if that bingo card is a winner. That's in, I see. Okay, that's very clever, Jonathan. Let's see. Jonathan's saying he was calling the bingo with the cards he had on him. And this is the bingo card possibly left by the other guy. And let's see if he had bingo. So El Chalupa, the boat. I don't see that one. El Soldado, I don't see that one. The shrimp he had. Spider, don't see that one. The hero. And El Diablo, I don't see that one. So, Jonathan, are you thinking that what we're being told here is the guy who shouted out bingo didn't have bingo? Is that what you're thinking? That like he shouted it out as the signal for the guy to come in, but he didn't actually have bingo. It's an interesting idea. We aren't really told, are we not told what this is though? We are told that what the caller cards had on him. Bingo, here we go. So just to confirm, Jonathan was right. The guy who shouted bingo, it says bingo card found loosely in right hand and is attached to the crime scene file. So Jonathan was reading it right. This is the bingo card that the guy who shouted bingo had. And it sure seems like he didn't have bingo. Yes. So we're all on the same page, but it seems like he didn't have bingo now. That is intriguing. So maybe we make a note here that maybe he did not have bingo. Question mark. I mean, that's quite interesting. That might make him an accomplice in setting this up. He's supposed to shout out when it's time for the robber to come in, but then why did the robber shoot him? We don't know. All right, let's keep these together. Pretty intriguing. Well, it's a good time for us to take a little break here. We'll take an 8-minute break and we'll come back and we'll decide where to go next. You guys can be thinking about where you'd like to go next so that you're ready when we come back. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. You're watching Call for Two. We spent the first hour and a half into La Lucha Muerte. Is that the name of this case? Lucha Muerte? Lucha Muerte, yeah. It's a very vivid scene that's been painted of us of this guy bursting into the church bingo and shooting two people in the face, stealing the cash box and leaving, dressed as the Red Angel, who's got a scheduled show across town. They go arrest him, beat up everyone in this church. Seems like case closed to the police, but not to us. And now we're going to decide what leads to pursue. So let's review what our options are. We've got 2 witnesses whose statements we have. One was a totally useless witness. The other one was quite detailed. That was Bobby Molina and who the other girl, I didn't write down her name. Elsa Fernandez. Surely I did write her name down somewhere. She didn't add much. Elsa Fernandez was the other witness. So we could go try to track them down and talk to them. We've got the sergeant who took this report. We could try to track him down. We can go to the club where the wrestler was scheduled to perform, where he was arrested. We can go to the city jail to visit the wrestler who was arrested. We can go to the coroner to try to get the photos that we were told are being processed. We could try to go to the houses of the 2 dead people, Fernando Cortez and Enrique Ramirez. We could try to locate what is this Suertudos. Could someone look up Suertudos? Suertudos. What is Suertudos? I assume the game's going to tell us at some point, but I don't know if it's a local gang or business kind of worker, something like that. So those are the places that jump out at me as options for us. Jonathan was saying he'd like to go talk to those witnesses. Duke of Zil says Suertudos means the lucky ones. That sounds like maybe it's a gang. Or something to do with the bingo. Which one was the... Let's see. I'd like to... Oh, one guy was the ex-Navy guy, so we could think about going to the Navy too. I'd like to get my hands around which one was Suertudos. Let me see what it says here. The man says bingo. He doesn't know the name of the man with bingo, but he is with Los Suertudos. So the guy who called bingo is with Los Suertudos. It's possible that there's newspaper articles, of course. The witness woman didn't like the angel. That is absolutely true, says Ana Maria. Okay, let me just point out here, I was just looking in the directory a little bit. There is an entry for El Santo Nino Chapel. So maybe to our list of potential places, we should put El Santo Nino. We could go back there and ask more around. We're there now, it seems like, but we could go back there. Any other places in the directory jump out? El Templo. So El Santo Nino directory. El Santo Nino, just for our records, is 199 at U3. And then I've got an address for El Tempo, which probably it had on the poster as well, but there is an address here under sports. El Tempo is 036 V6. Is that also here? 21 Alvera Street. You might think we would look up 21 in the directory, but no, I don't guess not, because that's not the actual location in the directory. Okay, so we have the address of El Tempo if we wanted to go there. We could write down the address of the city jail if we find it in here. Is there a police section? There's our office. That's one of our informant places. I don't see that we can go to the jail. Here's the Navy Marine Corps. Navy Armory. Maybe I'm going to make a note of that. 115 U4. Because we know that guy's ex-Navy. What about the police station? There's no police station listing? Oh, here it is. There we go. L.A. Jail. City Jail. 103 W3. Okay. I think it's useful to go through these directories and look for things that jump out at you. There have been cases in Sherlock Holmes where we've missed something because there's an interesting location in the directory that we should have thought of. Okay, so that's just nice to have a... tear that off and put it for us. All right, let's see. In the chat, what everyone's going. The guy who won is with the Luckies. I thought the caller was the boss. Yes, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. Yes. And Anna Marie says the Reverend basically called the angel their hero in the heart of the community. I'm very interested in meeting him. Yes, okay. I think let's go with Jonathan's thing. Let's talk to the witnesses ourselves if we can find them in the directory, because we know the police were not exactly respectful of these people. So let's just see if we can find Bobby Molina in the directory. This is called, if you're a detective, dotting your I's and crossing your T's, right? We're going to follow up with these detectives. We're told that we're an independent investigator, so we're just going to follow up if we can. Roberto Molina is at 134. So Roberto Molina is at 134. So 134, Roberto Molina. He's a witness. I really do love how this series gives you their location on the grid, 134 V3. So you can find more easily where they actually are. All right, so we're going to go to 134. And I don't know, what's better? Is it better to use this, or is it better for me to go on this and do this stuff here with you guys here? Oh, why is it so transparent? Pardon me here. It's because we don't want that pen, we want this one, and we want full opacity. Let's try this now. This is... I don't know what's best. Let's go talk to one of the witnesses. This was the witness that had a lot of information from us. Anna Maria was saying how it's weird that this woman doesn't like the angel. she just watched the angel come in and shoot two people in the face. That might be reason enough to not like him. But you're right. The church guy said he was the hero. All right, here we go. It's a long entry for this witness. It seems fitting that Roberto Bobby Molina lives on Casanova Street. He very much looks the part. Red ruffled shirt open to his midriff, crucifix on a silver chain snaking down his chest, twinkly bedroom eyes, and a jet black, slick back hairdo. As you approach the open door, he gives a good-natured, somewhat lascivious grin. You peg his age somewhere between 25 and 65. Roberto Molina, you say? You were at the church hall last night? His face clouds over as he realizes what this is about. He shakes his head. El feo, he says. That was some very bad things, but I already did tell the police what has happened. Yes, you say, and pull out his witness report. I have it all right here, and I don't need you to go over it again. Please, if you could just read this and tell me if it's truly what you said, and if what you said was the truth. If it was not strictly the truth, this is the time to correct it. If you wait any later, you'll be obstructing justice. Is that clear? This was sort of the line of reasoning Jonathan was. Like, we were told how the police went in there and don't have much respect for these people and beat people up, so maybe the statements can't be trusted. He studies you closely as if trying to figure out how to possibly make this conversation flirtatious. Then he sighs and looks at the paper. As he reads, you listen to the birds. Their song is sweet and haunting. A wind blows through the large palm tree that umbrellas Roberto Molina's small house. Yes, he nods. That's what I said. And is it the truth, you ask? Again, he nods. It is. May I ask, Mr. Molina, why you volunteered this statement? He looks at you quizzically. You continue. You just felt it was your duty to help out the police in their investigation? Please understand, I'm not a police officer, and nothing you say will get back to the officers in question. I'm merely curious, but it's an important kind of curious. He appears to think about this, pulls a pack of cigarettes out of his rolled red sleeve, offers you one. You shake your head. He shrugs, strikes a match on his belt buckle, and lights a smoke. He takes a drag. So, like, we're curious, like, wow, he gave this very fulsome report to the police describing everything in detail, and we're like, why are you so helpful? He says, I go to the Loteria because it's a nice time. Everybody is friendly, except maybe Los Suertudos. It's a good place to socialize. The new caller is, well, was, a great poet. Nothing like this ever happened, you understand? You nod. And the report? Well, it's all true, and I told it to them because nobody else would. They do not like La Policia for very good reasons. And La Policia was getting very rough, and we're going to arrest everybody because nobody would talk. So I talked. He shrugs, but what I said was true. Okay, you say, thank you. Just a couple more questions. Molina nods, taking another drag. You mentioned Los Suertudos just now, and in your report you said one of the victims was a Suertudo. What does that mean? The lucky ones, he says, raising his thick, dark eyebrows. They are new, only coming for maybe 2 months now. 5 or 6 men, nice clothes, and they always win. They always sit together, and they win every time. People are too smart for that, you know? He puts a finger to the side of his nose and gives a wink. You think it's rigged, the church lottery? Molina shrugs with a smirk, then makes the sign of the cross. All I'm saying is they're very lucky. For example, a Suertudo had just won at that same moment right before he died. He was still holding the board in his hand. He turned back to the report. It says here that the gunman wore the mask and cape of El Angel Rojo, and also the same planchas. Can you explain what that means? Planchas, he said. How you say? Dives? In Mexican wrestling, he was a wrestler. What do you call him? Gunman. That's what I mean. But also, I'm not an expert in lucha libre. Do you know who is? Someone who might have been here last night? Been there last night? He thinks for a moment, squints at the sky as he takes a drag. See? La Senora Esperanza. She is always at La Loteria, but she wants to be at La Lucha. That is what she talks of most. Why isn't she at La Lucha? Too old now to walk over the hill to El Templo. She can only walk to church, so she comes to Loteria and talks about Lucha. He grins. She's a good woman. Very pretty when she was young. He appears to ponder this. Still pretty, he says. Then his smile fades. There was blood on her dress last night. And in her hair. There was blood everywhere. He throws the lit filter to the ground. My God, what happened last night? Why did he do it? He shakes his head, grinding his shiny heel down into the mud. You close the file. Where can I find her, La Senora Esperanza? He looks up. She lives here in Chavez, over on Gabriel Street. He motions you to the door. You thank him and head off back down Casanova Street. Okay, so at 134, which is Robert Molina, he seems very trustworthy. He tells us that the lucky ones are just a nickname they give to these 5 or 6 people who seem to be winning unreasonably frequently. And I think this now does, and we ask him, is it fixed? This does now connect to the idea that the bingo card doesn't seem to have really won. So it's like this group of 5 or 6 people, they've got some racket going where they claim to have bingo, they go up, and the guy's like, oh yeah, you got bingo, you win some money. So like it looks like this gang swear, it's not a gang, this group of people have fixed this bingo so that they claim they won when they didn't really won. Now, he also tells us about a woman, Senora Esperanza, knows about Lucha Libre. Sounds like we might get some background information from her. On Gabriel Street. What else does he tell us, though? There's something about planchas. Can someone... We say planchas, and we say, can you explain that to us? And he says, planchas, how you say dives in Mexican wrestler. He was a real wrestler. I don't really understand what he's saying about planchas. It says here, he wore the mask and cape of El Angel Rojo, and also the same planchas. I don't know if planchas is is part of the outfit that he's saying he wore the same as. This guy says dive, so I'm not sure what that means. But maybe this woman can tell us about it. All right. Let us look up at least where Esperanza lives, what her number is. She's not in the directory. That's interesting. Okay. So we don't have an Esperanza in the directory, but he does tell us she's on Gabriel Street, right up the block from him. Let's take a look at this for a second. There's Casanova Street, where we find this guy. There's Gabriel Street. It's a short street. There's only one real block on it here. Is that where Miss Esperanza lives? It would make sense, but I don't know if there was a better way to find her. So let's put that off for now. I'll just put a question mark here. Is she at 428? All right, let's go to our other witness here. Let's catch up on the chat. The guy who won is with the Luckies. Yes, okay. All right, this is just basically where we left at. The Reverend basically called the angel their hero. All right, we're still meeting everyone. All right, we're going to our second witness, the one that didn't want to say anything. This is Elsa Fernandez. Let's see if we got her address. Fernandez Elsa's 873 V3. So 873 V3. Okay, let's see if she's more talkative to us. The senora is cooking up tortillas in front of her home, rolling the corn batter into small yellow planets, flattening them with her heavy hand into discs, placing the discs on a plank over the mouth of a fire barrel made from an oil drum. A horse whinnies behind her. Senora Fernandez, you say? She looks up at you with instant skepticism, then back to the tortillas. You were at the church last night, you say? You spoke to the police? She shakes her head. La policía, you say, again? No hablo inglés, she says, head still shaking. Wait, you say, and pull out the case files. You don't speak English, and yet this is your witness report. You hold it up to her. No hablo inglés, she repeats and turns a tortilla on the plank with her bare, calloused hands. Is this your signature? Where's our report? Is this your signature? Tu firma? She barely glances at it. No hablo. Yes, I know, you sigh, wishing your Spanish were a whole lot better. At some point you'll have to find a translator and also have a talk with the cops. Gracias, you say. As you turn back and walk away, Senora Fernandez calls you back. She hands you a tortilla. Okay? So nothing useful there. So those are our two witnesses. Maybe the police just made that stuff up, or maybe she just doesn't want to talk anymore. Okay. Let's go talk to the guy that they arrested. How about that? Maria was interested in talking to him. He's at the jail. So we're going to go to 103, the jail. And maybe we should mark for fun where we just went to Fernandez. V3. She lived in the same area right down there. Okay. All right, so we're going to go to the jail now. Where did we see the jail? Was at 103W3. So 3W. Okay, so here's the city jail in the same neighborhood. Okay, let's see if he's in jail and if they'll let him talk to us. It says, do you have something that belongs to the Red Angel? Otherwise, approach the front desk. Okay, so we will need to make a note. City jail. Come back with item for Red Angel. We would know that when we get to it. We won't have to really remember that, I'm sure. When we find something that we want to ask him about, we'll come back. John says, it looks like the police academy is in the area of the crime. I wonder if it contributes to the tension. Okay, so we're approaching the front desk of the city jail. There are countless simple ways to get into the county jail. Of course, most of them involve handcuffing, fingerprinting, and strip searching, if not an old-fashioned beatdown, and getting out is a hell of a lot trickier. To be let in without all that, you've got to deal with Miss Sandra Smothers, who waits eternally behind a sliding glass window. For the cops, it's the matter of a nod. Prosecuting lawyers, a wink. Most anyone else, the 12 labors of Hercules. Then there's her process for GDA agents, which is us. Just go back out that door you came in, she says, nodding behind you, her voice in high-pitched and sing-songy as if talking to a small, dumb child. Then go somewhere else. Excuse me? You're excused, she smiles and slides the window closed. You pull out the police report covered in redactions and hold it up against the window. That's this one. Hey. She doesn't look up. You tap on the glass until she does. She gives a fake-looking smile, then opens the sliding glass once more. Can I help you? Please, you say, I need access to my perp. Oh, she raises her eyebrows. Well, that sounds like a personal issue. You take a breath. The perpetrator in my case. You're holding him here. She cocks her head. Are you sure? Excuse me, I mean, what? Are you sure that he perpetrated? If you are, that's great. But then, do we really need a detective? Or even a judge and a trial and all that? Probably not. She begins to shut the glass again. Wait, you say, stopping the window with your case report. Her eyes become flaming daggers and you quickly pull back your hand. It's, case file 63. The arrested suspect, completely innocent until proven guilty. Unless proven guilty, I require access to him. Really, officially, please. She squints at the police report, appears to contemplate something, opens a file and squints at something on her desk. Affirmative, she says. What is? He's here, the perp you arrested. He's not, I didn't, all right. That's great. Can you tell me the cell number, please? She squints up at you again as if trying to ascertain much more than you can take. Then she just rolls her eyes. 145. You hesitate, unsure, then breathe a genuine sigh of relief. Thank you, you say, folding up the papers as she slides the window all the way closed. Then she nods at the door on her left, and you go to pull it open. It doesn't budge. You look at her through the glass. She looks at you. I have to let you in, she says. You take a deep breath, close your eyes for a moment, and look at her once more, trying to identify the signs of psychopathology. You wait. She signals to a guard, and he opens the door. Proceed to lead 145. It's interesting, she says room 145. I guess we're in the jail 103. We didn't. Where were we told he was brought to the jail? Oh, City Jail 103. We were told the location of the city jail. That's fine. We weren't told the room. All right, we're going to his cell to talk to him. Let's hear what he says. He's going to deny it, of course. But... You walk down the hall through a set of double doors and past the hostile stares of the LAPD. You can practically hear their teeth gnashing. Through another set of doors, down some steep stairs, nodding at the growling guards as you go, you follow the signs to cell block 1. The jaybirds squawk at you, mostly in Spanish, as you make your way down the hall, an implacable guard at your side. Finally, you arrive at cell 145. Tough crowd, you say, peering through the bars at a figure in the shadow. The guard makes a snorting sound, then walks away. You keep your eyes on the prisoner as he steps towards the light. A cape flutters into view, red tights shimmer, but he stops before his face escapes the darkness. Friendly place, you say, trying again to break the silence. He remains silent. Look, you say, I'm not a cop. In fact, cops don't like me at all. Nothing. I just want to talk, get what happened from your perspective. More nothing. What have you got to lose? You're already in the slammer. He turns as if to speak. Ciro no diga nada, says a voice behind you. Not one word. You turn as a man in a pinstripe suit approaches, the guard in tow. Who the hell are you? He says, pointing a finger at you like a pistol. GDA, you say, pulling out your credentials. What a coincidence, says the man, holding up a card of his own. So am I. Stands for goddamn attorney. And you have no right to be interrogating my client. You look at the card. Damn it, you say, and you mean it. You didn't realize Red Angel had a real-life lawyer. Don't worry, he hasn't said a thing. The lawyer looks at his client with a squint. Listen, you say, I'm sure you know why the GDA's on this. Not unlike your client, the people of this city aren't exactly enamored with the cops. Part of us providing oversight is so people like Red Angel here don't... Mr. Alvarado. Excuse me? That's my client's name. Mr. Ciro Alvarado. Oh, right. Well, look. You look at his client, muscular arms crossed over a broad chest. His maskless face remains in shadow, but you can see the light of his eyes on you. Here's the thing, you say, holding the wrestler's gauge. If there's even the slightest possibility that your client, Mr. Alvarado, happens to be innocent, then really, I'm your best hope. The lawyer appears to give this some thought. That grim Sunday stuff, he says. It was about time. The cops deserve what they get. I couldn't agree more, you say, even if you're not entirely sure that's true. The lawyer's still nodding, thinking. He looks at you, then his client. Okay, he says, you got two choices. You can talk to my client now, with me here, and also with conditions. Such as, you ask him nothing of the crime itself, and you let me see your case files. And my other choice? Well, says the lawyer with a slightly cool smile, you really don't have one. To accept the lawyer's terms, turn to lead 330. Well, that's a little odd. So we've got a choice. Accept lawyer's terms or not. If we accept his terms, we go to number 330. If we don't, we just leave. What do you make of that? I mean, we don't think this guy did it, so I don't know why we wouldn't agree. Yeah, maybe if you thought he did it, you wouldn't show him your case file. But since we don't think he did it, Is there any reason why we wouldn't do it now? We'd come back? Not really. We do. It does say we can show him stuff, but all right, let's go talk to him. Ciro Alvarado, the Red Angel. All right, so we're going to accept the lawyer's terms and turn to 330. Unless there's objection. Are paths ever closed to us in this game? We've never found one significant. We have found one where it's like, do you want to fight or run? And you could get different ways. You could get two different paths, but they're almost the same. They're very trivially different. You can't really make mistakes in this game that close off important areas to you. Okay. Through the bars, the Red Angel stands about as tall as you. His face is still in shadows, but his body tells you a lot. It tells you he's agile, yet formidable, tough as a Panama steak, that he's already taken a bushel full of beatings and also delivered a truckload. Okay, you say, stepping right up to the bars. How's your English? He waits a moment, then, fine, he says. How's yours? His speech is heavily accented but impeccably pronounced. You glance down at the report in your hands. Where were you last night, Mr. Alvarado? At 7:45 in the evening. At El Templo. His voice is low. Waiting for my match to start? Anyone with you at the time? He tells you he was alone, as always before a fight, but by then he was frantic. He'd already taken his regular cold shower to wake up the devil inside. Hold up, you say. I thought you were an angel. I thought you were an angel. I thought you were an angel. He looks at you steadily from the shadows. You get the sense that he's smiling. It's complicated. I can be both, but do you wish me to continue? You say that you do. He tells you that when he'd finished his shower, he discovered that his mask was gone, stolen. How do you know it was stolen? He waits for a beat. Because it was not there. Another beat. Because a luchador always has his mask. If not on, then at least with him. And usually on. At the market, the cantina, even the post office, I am always El Angel Rojo. I always wear the mask. There are some luchadors who never take it off. They sleep and even shower with their masks on. I don't do that, but at the moment I wished I had. You ask what his next move was. He says he punched the wall, swore at the heavens, this earthly plane, the hell below, and shouted for Jesus. Did he answer you? You ask. Eventually, he says. You look at the lawyer, hoping to pick up whether his client is just jerking you around. Jesus, says the attorney, pronouncing it Hispanically. He's a teenage boy, a pachuco, zoot suiter, works weekends at El Templo. Okay, you say. And zoot suits Jesus. He can corroborate this? You look at the masked luchador's knuckles. They are heavily bruised, both hands. Should do, he says. I sent him hightailing over to Mama Carreta. Who? La Senora, the one who makes the masks. I guess it's 7:45. Is that the time you said? I was just sitting there waiting for him to come back. You jot down some notes, look up at the prisoner. Are you telling me you have only one mask? No, detective, he says. You should learn to listen. I'm telling you that Mama Carreta is not only mask maker, she is also keeper of the masks. You remember what it says on the police report you're holding. Pompous son of a bitch. You shrug it off. So how many Red Angel masks are there? Copies? I have no idea. My fans like to wear them. It makes them feel strong. But as for real ones, made by Mama Correda, there's only one other. You can tell the real ones by el sello secreto, the secret stamp inside. A stamp of what? A secret. You look at his lawyer, who shrugs. So, you say, turning back to the Red Angel, did she give the other mask to Jesus? I assume yes, he says, but the police arrived before him. And you told them about the missing mask? The wrestler scoffed. They were not in such a listening mood. And now slowly he steps into the light. His eyes shine. His skin is golden brown, but also covered in bruises. You stop yourself from wincing. The lawyer clicks his tongue. Okay, Mr. Alvarado, you say, is there anyone else who can vouch for your whereabouts that night before the cops arrived? He thinks for a moment. Other than Jesus? Oh, I think I saw Pedro when I got there, also Dante and El Toreador. You ask him to slow down. Who, for starters, is Pedro, and where can I find him? Pedro Castillo. He's my manager. We call him the Castle. He would be at our secret facility. And where would that be? It's a secret. You look at his lawyer, who in turn gives his client a look. Okay, says the Red Angel, but it's hard to find. It's in the ravine, north of the sanatorium, down a dead-end road. And the others you mentioned? Dante Diaz runs El Templo, and then El Toreador is, well, El Toreador. You wait. You don't know him? Now it's your turn to shrug. But then I don't know the Red Angel either. He sighs dramatically. The Red Angel and El Toreador are two of the greatest luchadores of Chavez Ravine, of Los Angeles, California, maybe todo del mundo, all of the world. Okay, you say, and he saw you before the fight? I never had my fight, did I, detective? Except with your friends in the LAPD. He gestures to his face. El Toreador saw me before his fight. He was in the ring when the police showed up. But you were with him before his fight. No, that was much earlier, even before my shower. So let me get this straight. After you sent Jesus off to get your mask, and before the LAPD arrived, you were alone, and nobody saw you at all, not one single person in this whole place? The Red Angel hesitates. He opens his mouth as if to start a sentence, then lets out a deep sigh. What can I say, detective? I was distressed because of my stolen mask. And for that very same reason, I could not be seen, not without my mask. He hangs his head, and it occurs to you, you are one of very few people to have seen the Red Angel's face. It makes you feel oddly close to him, this bruised, bare-chested man in a cape. You pocket the police report, take out your notebook, and write something down. Then you look at him one more time. Is there anything more you can tell me, Mr. Alvarado? Someone who might want to take your mask, impersonate you, shoot two people in a church, steal a bunch of bingo money. The lawyer makes a noise like he's about to stop you, but his client lifts up a hand, palm towards the bars. Those are tricky questions, detective, but maybe I could help just a little, if you get me out of here. You give a little laugh, shake your head. That's not in the cards, you say, not without you giving me something. Well then, says the wrestler, I guess we're stuck. Unless you can find my mask, that is. If you can find my mask and bring it to me, I'll tell you just about anything. And now it's your turn to squint through the bars. Why, you say, why is the mask so important to you? Well, as my friend the lawyer put it, right now I'm Mr. Alvarado. And I'm in a cage. But with my mask, I'm the Red Angel, El Angel Rojo. And there is no caging that. No bars, no jails, no policia, no politicos, not even El Diablo himself can stop El Angel Rojo. During this speech, his voice has steadily risen, and now others are joining in, calling out from surrounding cells, Angel Rojo, Angel Rojo. His lawyer steps towards you, shouting into your ear against the growing din. That's enough, he says. I need you to leave me to my client now. You have my information and I want yours. You'll come and see me in my office. You look again at the card. It says Robert Hernandez, attorney at law. Schlein, Hernandez, and Talise. You nod to attorney Hernandez and turn toward the guard. As you walk down the hall away from the cell block, you can still hear the chanting, Angel Rojo, Angel Rojo. All right, so we got a bunch of information. I'm going to put a new page here for 3:30. Talk to Angel Rojo. Got a lot. There's a lot of text in this one, a lot of story. Let's write down what he told us, though. He says, someone stole his mask. His mask between the El Toreador fight and LAPD showing up. Someone stole it before this robbery at the bingo place. He says he sends this guy Jesus. He sends Jesus to get the spare mask. So there's two masks, he says. Two masks, spare mask from Mama Carreta. And he says the official masks have a secret stamp or something. The real ones have a secret stamp inside, whatever that means. Okay. And then we ask about, and he never gets back with that in time. Okay, we ask if anyone else can vouch for you, and he names a couple people. He says Pedro, Dante, and El Toreador. Okay, who's Pedro? He says Pedro Castillo. We ask him who can vouch for you. Pedro Castillo is his manager, aka the Castle. We say, where is he? He's at the secret facility north of Sanatorium. That sounds like we're supposed to actually try to find it. Down dead end road. That sounds like we're actually supposed to look on the map to try to find where this place is. Okay, who's Dante? Dante is Dante Diaz. Runs El Templo. Okay. And then El Toreador is another luchador. And he says we saw him before his fight. So he's not really an alibi for the time of the robbery, but he could say that he was there. And we say, We ask him why, and he says, if you bring me my mask, I'll be able to tell you, but right now I can't. And he wants us to bring him his mask. So there's 2 masks, and someone stole one of them. Okay, that was a lot of interesting information there. Let's catch up on the chat and see what's happening here. If we come back with a specific item, he might have talked to us before the lawyer showed up. Interesting. I don't know. I think, no, he wants his mask now. He's got something separate to say to us if we bring his mask. That's the item we find and bring back. Yes. So we do want to keep an eye open for his mask. I think we can find that secret place. So I think we should see if we can do that for fun. So he says it's hard to find. It's north of the sanatorium in this neighborhood, the Chavez Ravine, on a dead-end road. So let's find the sanatorium. So the Glen Haven Sanatorium. Sanatorium is 382 N5. So let's find where that is. (382N5). Wait, what? That's off the map. There's no N here. This is not a double-sided map. Well, that's curious. Am I wrong about that? Pedro Castillo, north of the sanitarium, down a dead-end road. The only sanitarium I see is 382 and 5. And the map starts at S. N-O-P. That's a long way this way. I don't see any other sanatorium. Did I misread that? Oh, and before we forget, he also has given us Robert Hernandez, lawyer. He gave us his card. He says, come see me at Schwein, Hernandez, and Talise. Okay, so let me read this thing about the secret place again. It's hard to find. It's in the ravine north of the sanatorium down a dead-end road. In the ravine. Oh, look, there's a different sanatorium. Look at that. I did note the mask maker's name, Jonathan. It was Mama Carreta. Mama Carreta. And she's not only the mask maker, she's the keeper. We don't have her address, but we can look it up. Okay, so there's another sanatorium at 202. And then look, there's a dead-end road right next to it. Slightly north of it. So do we think this is the dead-end road? That's what I'm guessing. It's not that far north of it, but what would our alternative be? Would be... No, that's too far away. I think that's going to be our location, 847. So it's not in the address book, but it's on the map. That's interesting. Not in the directory, but on the map. So the sanatorium is 202. So then dead end north might be 847. Jonathan says he thinks that's a good guess. So I think let's go there now and see if that's correct. And on our map here, it would be right here, if it's correct. It is a dead-end road. Okay, 847. Let's see if that's correct. Okay, here's our entry for 847. That's fun. It's always fun when you've got a puzzle, however simple it is, that involves looking at the map. So 847, if you remember what this place is this place is where the manager hangs out. Manager's secret place. The manager, otherwise known as the castle, aka the castle, aka Pedro Castillo. Who should be able to vouch for him. Let's see what he says. As Dante Diaz said, well, we haven't met Dante Diaz, so this feels like it's a little bit of a mistake. Like maybe someone else, Dante Diaz, would have sent us here. I wonder if we should... It's given us enough to find it, but Dante Diaz was one of the other people who could point us here. Maybe we should visit Dante Diaz first. Just because it looks like it expected us to visit Dante first. All right, we're gonna go visit Dante Diaz first at El Templo. El Templo. Dante Diaz. Let's see if he tells us where that was. We wrote down where El Templo was. It's at 036. So let's go there first. We'll talk to him. Maybe he'll point us here. I like that we found it on our own, though. Okay, so here is El Templo. Remember, this is the place where they were scheduled to fight. Oh, and then there's El Toreador. Okay, so 36. Let's see if 36. This is the Dante Diaz who runs the place. Is that how we're... He's given us the name of 3 people. And one of them was Dante Diaz. Okay. Olivera Street is known as the birthplace of Los Angeles. But walking down these narrow red brick streets shaded by lemon trees, fig trees, and grapevines, it's hard to know if that's in reference to the making of this cloudless heathen city or the conjuring of heralds on high. In fact, this does not seem like downtown LA at all. The air tastes like pollen, clay, and grilled meat. Sunlight reflects off silver-plated crucifixes in the market booths, belt buckles, tin plates nailed into the walls beneath adobe archways. Olivera Street is also known as El Pueblo and does in fact feel like living, breathing 10-horse town in the heart of Mexico. Although it takes almost an hour to walk here, 50 minutes to be exact, from Chavez Ravine, in many ways the 2 places inhabit the same world. Here, amid the cantinas, taquerias, street artists, and mariachis, is El Templo, a large red brick colonial theater for boxing matches, burlesque shows, live music, and lucha libre. And Dante Diaz is the impresario who presides over it all. He's a large man in a red silk vest, bolo tie, and alligator boots. His smile is simultaneously crafty and sincere. Behind him stands a large, muscular luchador. At least you assume That's what he is, dressed in tight pink spandex adorned with colorful vines and flowers. His face is a spooky, sparkly sugar skull with long blonde braids. He locks eyes with you, staring you down until Diaz turns and says, "Leave us, Azucar." So is Azucar one of the other guys here? Azucar Peligroso, that's who we just met. "Leave us, Azucar." The glittering, ghostly luchador takes his leave and Diaz steps forward to greet you. He shakes your hand firmly and welcomes you into the dark interior of El Templo. "Please do not mind, Azucar Peligroso. Los Exoticos like to be dramatic." Exoticos? You know, luchadors who dress like women. They have funny moves, not very serious, but the crowds love them. He winks. Inside, there are two men loosening the ropes around a large professional wrestling ring. Another two sweep and clean the benches and risers encircling the stage. You explain the purpose of your visit. Diaz nods. "You were here last night, you say?" "The whole of the evening. It was a great night, a beautiful show, everyone enjoying it. And then the policia came." "What happened?" "They demanded to see El Angel Rojo, the Red Angel. People right here." He points at the seats around the entrance. "They thought it was part of the show. We do that kind of thing, you know. Los Rudos will pretend to be Policias Federales, Politicos, gringos with badges, you know." He gives you a wink. "The people boo at them. Los Rudos get beat up. The people cheer. Everyone is happy. But not last night." "Can you take me through it?" "Through it? I don't know. One moment I hear the police are here. Then the next moment they're pulling El Angel Rojo from the dressing room. They came into my house, my temple, and took him." Diaz's eyes flash with anger. You can see he's not a man to be messed with. "And with no mask on. That is the worst part. Shameful. Do you know what it is for a luchador to be without his mask? If the people had seen that, it would have been the end. The end of El Angel Rojo. I saw his face, bruised and bare, and covered him with my jacket, held it over as they took him into the street. It was the first time I'd ever seen his face, and no one else was going to. I swore to it. La Policia could not stop me. They gave me this, though, for good measure." He lifts up his shirt, a deep truncheon bruise across his side. "Wait, so no one ever sees the luchadors without their mask?" "Absolutely not. The identity of a luchador is sacred information. They only unmask in front of the people they love. It's a very intimate thing, Detective." You take a look around the room, wondering how all these men fight one another without knowing who they're fighting against. You catch the exotico in the sparkly skull mask glaring at you and turn your attention quickly back to Diaz. He asks to see the dressing room and he shrugs. You follow him into a windowless room with stand-up lockers, a toilet, shower stall, bench, and full-length mirror. The walls are plastered with masked wrestlers and tasseled burlesque dancers. You turn on the shower. Had you seen him earlier, within the hour before the police arrived, with his mask on? "I'm not sure," says Diaz. Did he say I saw him?" "I may have. The lucha nights here are madness." He smiles. "A good kind of madness." "Does the Red Angel have an assistant?" you ask. Says Diaz. "There was a kid here at some point, helps me out with things, but then he disappeared. Gets in trouble, that one. Name's Jesus. Good kid, but pretends to be a gangster." You ask where you might find him. Diaz thinks. "Well, there's a cantina in Chavez Ravine. That's where the Pachucos hang out." "Pachucos?" "Zoot suits, sons of farmers. They got nicer clothes than me." The zoot suits they're the kids trying to look like gangsters or something? He rolls his eyes. Okay, you say, how about one of the other wrestlers that night? Someone who might have seen him? The bullfighter, Matador? You pull out the newspaper from this past Thursday. El Toreador, says Diaz. Right. Yeah, he was fighting last night. I think they were going to do tag team. They often do, even when it's not on the bill. Do you know where I could find him? Also, Chavez Ravine, says Diaz. I don't know where he lives. And they train, of course, at El Secreto. El Secreto. The secret, you say? Diaz nods. It's what the Técnicos of Chavez call their clubhouse. Not easy to find, but if you search the southwest outskirts of the ravine, you might just stumble upon it. And this manager, you mean Pedro Castillo, says Diaz, the castle. He's not just the manager, he's also the coach, Diaz nods. If you find El Secreto, you should find him there, too. After last night, I would think they're sticking together, the Técnicos of Chavez Ravine. You remember the welcome you got, all those masked men sticking very close together. It occurs to you, you may already have met the folks you're looking for. You thank Dante Diaz and walk back out onto Olivera Street, into the sunlit markets of El Pueblo. Okay, so let's see what he tells us. He basically doesn't give us any more information about where the secret place is. We already found it. And Anna Maria has anticipated what I was thinking as well. Newspaper time. Like, we see the reference to the newspaper. It's almost like that's our cue to read the newspaper. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break now after we write this down, and then we'll come back and we'll read the newspaper. Jonathan says, zoot suits were the fashion of the youth. Eventually there was a riot that is referred to as the Zoot Suit Riot. Yes. Okay, so let's write down the other stuff he tells us. We ask him basically, he tells us he came in, he tells us that he hid his face. He tells us the police beat him up when he was hiding his face. And then we ask him about these people again, the same people we were looking for before. And he says, Jesus. He mentions Jesus again. Good kid pretends to be a gangster. Where can we find him? He's at Cantina, where the Zoot Suits hang out, the Pachucos. But he doesn't say anything else. It's just a cantina in Chavez Ravine. So we might look at the map and try to find a cantina there again, a restaurant. Okay, and then he says El Toreador. He was here. They thought they might fight. Where can we find him? And he says, do you guys hear that little beeping? That is the dehumidifier saying it's full. Okay, we're going to finish this up. We're going to take a little break here. So he says that El Toreador and Pedro Castillo are at the secret place, which we know where that is. And the Técnicos are the whole group of these people that all train there. It's the Técnicos of Chavez, this whole neighborhood where they all hang out. And I think that's all he tells us. When did we whip out the newspaper? When we were asking him about the other wrestlers. We pull out the newspaper and point to this one. We say, hey, this guy, El Toreador, was he there? All right, so what we'll do now is we'll take a break. We've got still a bunch of really good leads to look at, but it's time to read the newspaper. Jonathan says there's actually an American Experience documentary on the Zoot Suit Riot. I'm sure there were a bunch of songs on Zoot Suits. It does make me want to read about the Zoot Suit Riot. All right, we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back, we'll read the newspaper, and then we'll take another break. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I'm just tidying up my notes here. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're playing La Lucha Muerte, the third case in the trilogy of Mortem L.A. games. We've just talked to the manager at El Templo where the fights happen, and we decided to do something different today and not start out by reading the newspaper, because we remembered that the previous cases have all sort of referenced the newspaper in an offhand way occasionally, and we wondered if that might happen in this case. It's just happened. So now, after that lead, we're now going to read the newspaper, and then we'll probably take another break, because it'll probably take us 45 minutes, 40 minutes to read it. I'm just keeping track of what leads we went to. It's important to keep such leads, and we marked where we went to it. Just to note, he said it's a long 50-minute walk from the Chavez Ravine down to the club, and indeed it is. The El Tempo is down here. So we walked downtown, took us about 15 minutes. We just talked to that guy. We'll just put it in our map. This is going to be El Secreto. Okay. Let us now read the newspaper now that I've kept track of these leads. This is going to be lead card number 2. We'll just keep this. Let's catch up in the chat for a bit. Am I correct that we're all enjoying this case? The writing, there's lots of... This feels like a little bit of a return to the first case in feel. It's heavy on story and personality and exposition, narration of this stuff, and feels very film noirish. It's interesting. I was remarking how we have not discovered much evidence, and I was wondering if one of the bags is going to be the mask. We've still got a bunch more evidence to find. And Jonathan is saying, I enjoy how this one really does feel like we're trying to verify if the police investigation was legit. It does feel to me like we're doing shoe leather work. What's the right term for that? We're just like, we're making sure everything's been done right. All the witness statements are correct. Revisiting, getting witness statements again. Just following along the police work to see, just to get our bearings before we start digging into solving the mystery. I did notice just now that there is an X here where the crime scene was, like the other cases. Since we like to talk about design elements occasionally and talk about how these cases feel so mysterious and exceptions to the way things are normally done, and the map says here, X is crime scene. I mean, what jumps out at you when you see that is, holy cow, they really didn't even consider that they would reuse these maps for anything but one case. That's like a luxurious case. That's what you get for $69. They're like, we're not going to reuse this map. This is a one-time map we're going to create for this case. Whereas if I was doing it and the Sherlock Holmes people, they're like, let's make one good map of London and we'll reuse that for 30 cases. Especially that first set of the first maps of LA, The idea that you would make this map and hard code on the map, here's the crime scene, and say, we're never going to use this map again, just is a whole different way of thinking about the work involved in a case. And it shows, but I think these maps should be reused for multiple cases. Okay. Anything else we should talk about before we read the newspaper? Let me just clean up a bit here. I do think it was, I like the observation that it was not a winning bingo card. I think that matches well with the witness saying that these are a group of four or five people who always win. Like they've got some scam going on. We haven't heard much more about them since then, though. You have to wonder with this mention of the newspaper, do you think that the original writer designed it so that it would tell you when to get the newspaper, or maybe they decided that was too hard to really make it work? Anything more from the chat before we go? Seems to be grounding these larger-than-life characters better than the second case. Yeah, for sure. And a smaller cast of characters, right? That's being talked about. Like we have these couple people that were with him that have now been mentioned like 2 or 3 places. I also like I'll tell you what, I mean, we could save to talk about all this later, but I like the geographic stuff. Like we've been painted a very vivid picture of these neighborhoods, these places, and then we were told how far away this place is from this place. So you kind of get a feel for it when you look at this map that we're in a geography that has some meaning. And we have to find this place by tracking it down on the map. Okay, here we go. Let's read the paper. Duke says, newspaper comes in unpackaged. They must have assumed people had access to it whenever. Yeah, I think that's right. I just think that it would be smarter to have it staged, have the game tell you when to open it, but maybe not. All right, let's see what we got here. Los Angeles Standard, June 10th. So this is the day before the double murder. Temperatures cost 5 cents. And these are going to be mostly stories that are irrelevant, but historical for 1948. I will, as usual, try to read the ones that are probably not related to our case quickly. Jet XS-1 passes the sound barrier in level flight. Rocket ship betters 760 miles per hour on many occasions. This is going to be a real spy plane type thing. Washington. Secretary of State Air Symington announced today that the Air Force experimental rocket plane XS-1 was flown much faster than the speed of sound many times in flight testing last October at Muroc Air Base in California. Mr. Symington told a news conference that so far as he knows, no other plane has achieved in level flight supersonic speed that is faster than the 760 miles per hour speed of sound. If any other aircraft has broken the speed of sound and has not been on the flat level to the best of our knowledge, it would have been in a dive, Mr. Symington said in reply to a question. The first and only pilot to fly the XS-1, a Bell plane, beyond the so-called sonic wall is Captain Charles Yeager, 25, a fighter pilot who destroyed 13 German planes while serving with the Air Force. Captain Yeager, a native of Myra, West Virginia, is a test pilot assigned to the Air Materiel Command at Wright Field, Ohio. Plane contracts awarded. At the same time, Secretary Symington announced that the awarding of contracts to aircraft manufacturers for a total of 2,200 planes, of which 1,600 will be jet-propelled. The contracts being made under a $1 billion allotment, $1.3 billion allotment from current funds recently approved by Secretary of Defense Forrestal, and will be provided for the delivery of planes in the fiscal year 1951. Included in the contracts were 243 bombers, 1,400 fighters, and 550 transports, training, and air-sea rescue aircraft. The announcement of the rocket plane's speed record confirmed an earlier story published in the magazine Aviation Week last December 22nd. The Air Force sought to have the magazine prosecuted on the grounds the information was top secret and its publication aided foreign countries, but Attorney General Clark ruled on May 27th that this did not constitute a violation of federal law. Although military classification does not have the force of law in peacetime outside of the military establishment, there are certainly obviously justifiable reasons for its observance, Mr. Symington said today. The premature publication data on experimental aircraft permits other nations to benefit from our research and places them on a parity with us on the practical application of such information in the development of military types of aircraft. Asks research protection. Mr. Symington asked for the cooperation of news media in protecting the results of research until the military advantage had been obtained. The Air Force hopes for continuance of the spirit of cooperation which the media representative have observed in this field in the past, he said. The information that the XS-1 has flown faster than the speed of sound many times is all the Air Force can release with regards to performance. The 760-mile-an-hour speed of sound is based on a temperature of 59 degrees Fahrenheit at sea level. It varies up to 100 miles an hour in either direction as the temperature rises or falls. And then it's continued on A2, which is not continued here. And here's a photo, no doubt a real photo. The XS-1 experimental rocket plane, supersonic speed at Muroc Air Base in California. Much faster than the speed of sound. Okay. Let's continue on. Examination for dental position. Jonathan says, if you read the paper earlier, you're recalling it while interacting with suspects. If you read it later, it's more likely you'll be doing the opposite. I don't know if it's better to have the aha moments. Recalling the newspaper or recalling conversations with suspects. I don't know either. We just thought we'd try it this way. We'll have to see. We'll have to think about afterwards whether we liked it better reading the newspaper in the middle or if it would have been better in the beginning. Examination for dental position. The board, I guess I should be closer up when I read this. The Board of U.S. Civil Service Examiners, Veterans Administration, Los Angeles, announces examinations for dental technician and dental hygienist with salaries ranging from $2,160 to $2,654 per year. Applications must be filed not later than July 7, 1948. Permanent appointments as a result of these examinations will be made to fill positions at Veterans Administration stations at Long Beach, Los Angeles, San Diego, Van Nuys, and West Los Angeles, California. Positions at McCormick General Hospital, Pasadena, California, or from boards of U.S. Civil Service Examiners at any first or second class post office where this announcement is posted. Doesn't seem relevant, but we did note how odd it was that our two victims were basically shot in the mouth. Right? They're both basically shot in the face with a shotgun. So, should we consider that someone's trying to kill these people and eliminate their dental records? Seems far-fetched, but you never know. Here's another story. LAPD releases detail about illegal migrants found dead in train boxcar. In the early morning of June 3rd, the LAPD were called to Southern Pacific Rail Yard to investigate a gruesome scene. 5 Mexicans were found dead in a boxcar that had arrived at the station on May 24th. The discovery was made by David Johnson, a security guard, during his patrol route. I was just on my usual route when I smelled something, I don't know, it was coming from there, Johnson informed this reporter. It was coming from that boxcar, and I knew something wasn't right. He proceeded to call the LAPD, who promptly appeared on the scene. They pried open the door and found the bodies inside. The LAPD has now concluded the investigation, asserting that the cause of death for all parties was dehydration exacerbated by overheating. The deceased were identified as Camila Jimenez, Teresa Guerra, Miguel Guerra, Jean Flores, and Alberto Santiago. The boxcar was on a train that arrived in Los Angeles from El Paso, Texas. Its passengers bore no card manifests and were likely being illegally smuggled into the country to work in farms, fields, or factories as cheap labor. In a statement to this publication, an LAPD spokesperson said, "This looks like a smuggling operation that went awry when someone failed to open the door for these individuals after they arrived. Obviously, they were not supposed to be in there for this long. We regret that this unfortunate incident has occurred," the statement continues, "but we hope it can serve as a lesson to those who are thinking of following suit. As long as illegal smuggling keeps taking place, tragedies like this one are to be expected." This reporter can only speculate as to how such a misstep could have happened. It's worth noting that even though sneaking into California through the Southern Pacific Rail Yard has a high risk of detection, it's purported to be one of the safer routes, and therefore comes at a premium financial cost. The rail yard is also conveniently situated close enough to Chavez Ravine for the migrants to then seek shelter in a homogeneous surrounding. So Chavez Ravine is a place where illegal immigration may be taking place. Migrants who successfully arrive in Los Angeles would be escorted by the smuggler into the ghetto. If they have friends or family, they end up living with them. Otherwise, if they were brought in by an employer for cheap labor, they would then be taken to a shared housing unit where other employees live. These individuals do not pay taxes, do not have access to social welfare, are destitute, and do not speak a word of English. Their children do not attend schools and are unable to develop into a considerable workforce. More often than not, they end up in gangs or on the street, contributing to Los Angeles County's ever-worsening homeless problem. Crimes involving undocumented persons have also been on the rise. As more migrants arrive for work, they pave the way for their families to follow. Chavez Ravine is a prime example of a slum that developed almost entirely out of these circumstances. Give some context to Chavez Ravine. While this has created an environment in which illegal migrants can have a life, it remains an enclosed ecosystem with poor urban development. It will not be able to withstand the strain for much longer, and yet migrant smuggling continues to be a profitable venture for those who control it. In fact, a trial has recently commenced regarding a front for a smuggling ring, which was dismantled by the valiant efforts of the Los Angeles Police Department. The store's owner was arrested in connection with the criminal activity and is slated to appear before the court. Read trial article on page 1. There is no information yet if the 5 deceased Mexicans were smuggled here by someone involved in the now defunct operation, but it is certainly a possibility. Interesting. Commercial front. It was a front for a smuggling ring. And a store owner was arrested. That does sound like, I don't know, that could be related to our case for sure, don't you think? I'm just going to put a little note there. We aren't told who this is though, but we're told there might be a trial at the court. So I wonder if we should stop off at the court or something. And we might want to note the dehydration victims. Yeah. I'll put another note here. I don't think they would be relevant to us, but they could be. They could be. I'll put a little arrow here for us. Victims. All right, let's continue. Senate GOP refuses to fix date but aims to adjourn June 19th. Milliken says party fears filibuster if formal time is set. Senate Republicans made it clear today they are still aiming to meet the June 19th adjournment goal laid down by House leaders yesterday. In a 2-hour party conference, they avoided formal action in fixing that date through fear that to do so would encourage filibustering. Senator Milliken of Colorado, chairman of the party conference, told reporters that June 19th is a fairly firm date. Then he added, "We are trying to get through on the 19th, but we're not fixing it for the reasons mentioned." Earlier, the reasons he had given were that if a definite time were set now, it might enhance all sorts of filibustering possibilities. Senator Milliken said the Republican Policy Committee, headed by Senator Taft of Ohio, will meet Monday to take another look at the situation. Work on routine bills. In the meantime, the program of the Senate will be take a final vote on the draft bill this afternoon and devote the rest of today to routine bills that can pass by unanimous consent. Do we remember what the staging of the dates in our 3 cases are? Was it like one was April? I'm sort of curious to know where the 3 cases were dated. Was it like, was April our last one, or was April our first one? But they do seem in sequence, all within the same year, spread out by a couple months. We haven't seen any reference to any of our previous cases, though. Tomorrow, they're going to take up and try to pass in one day the Vandenberg Resolution outlining 6 ways of strengthening the United Nations. Saturday, to try to pass a 1-year extension of the Reciprocal Trade Agreements Act, which expires Saturday night. A smooth path seemed ahead of the trade agreement bill after Senator Milliken revealed that no one objected to the Senate version in the Republican conference today. The Senate bill strikes out the House provision for a congressional veto over future presidential tariff changes, while it substitutes a voice for the Federal Tariff Commission in shaping future agreements. It does not tie the president's hands. The Republicans gathered to go over the situation this morning after House leaders made it plain late yesterday that they want to wind up the session Saturday of next week without any plans for returning either between or after the political conventions. Senator Milliken listed the following as unfinished business which came in for discussion at today's conference: federal pay raise legislation, civil rights, return of Tidelands title to the states, a new long-range farm bill, a new federal highway program, the oleomargarine tax repeal bill, the Equal Rights for Women constitutional amendment, the ERA, very famous law that they tried to pass and failed, the Munt-Nixon Communist Control Bill, and the Atomic Energy Commission appointments. No decision on priority. The Colorado senator said these were all questions on which it was fair to say the conference, and then it didn't continue. U.S. pay raise bills put on must list, but time is running out. The Senate Republican Conference today placed federal pay raise legislation on the list of important bills which the Senate hopes to act before the scheduled adjournment on June 19. However, the apparent decision of Senate leaders to wind up their affairs on that date, if possible, instead of having an extra session, dealt another blow to pay raise chances. If Congress does adjourn next week, that could leave only 8 more legislative days to win action on pay raises. This means that even if the Senate does approve the pay legislation sometime next week, there would only be a few days remaining for House action. So if you're not familiar with the U.S. government, there's elected members of Congress are in the Senate and the House. The Senate has to pass something, and the House might have to agree to it. So they're just saying not enough time will be left to hammer out agreement. Danger spot to get traffic lights soon. Acting upon the request of Councilman Kenneth Hahn, the City Council voted to install traffic signals at the corner of Vernon and San Pedro Streets. This 4-way corner has been a dangerous traffic bottleneck for years. Not only will the signal be a safety measure for pedestrians getting off the V-car line, but it will be a safety factor for motorists of Los Angeles who have to travel down San Pedro or Vernon Avenue to their places of business. It was pointed out that the fire station, which is located near Vernon and Main Streets, presents a serious hazard when it is answering emergency alarms, and these signals will be beneficial not only to the public, but as to the fire department as well. We could try to look at where that is in case that's right near our scene of our crime. I don't think so. I think even if it was, I'm not sure why that would be relevant. But Vernon and San Pedro, there's our scene of our crime. I don't think those don't look anywhere near our crime. I'm going to remove that. Another article about migrant smuggling. The trial of the state of California versus Augustin Ramos has commenced and is in the early stages of deliberation. Ramos was taken into custody in connection with the operations of a smuggling ring and has been out on bail since then. This seems like our case from here. He's been taken into custody, operations of a smuggling ring, out on bail. Augustin Ramos. My gut tells me this is involved in our case. He's currently facing charges for migrant smuggling, aiding and abetting, and harboring fugitives. Following a rigorous investigation by the Los Angeles Police Department, a prolific migrant smuggling ring was put out of commission in Chavez Ravine last December. The base of the operation was inside Ramos's establishment, best described as a small store called Bishop's Road Market. As one of the more dangerous ghettos situated on the outskirts of the city's core and southeast of Elysian Heights, the Boys in Blue were certain that criminal activity was taking place in its underbelly. It was only a matter of time before their scrutiny paid off and crime revealed itself to them. As this trial proceeds, the prosecution is certain that Ramos's testimony will be instrumental in unraveling damning evidence that could incriminate high-ranking offenders and lead to their incarceration. Now you got some motive for killing off people. After all, an operation of this magnitude could not exist without the direct involvement of powerful players who profit from controlling illegal migrant ventures. Since the arrest, details have surfaced about the organization's mode of operation and the mechanism with which the Coyotes worked out the specifics of their contracts. An expert working in conjunction with the LAPD revealed that there was a code signifying a bartering system directly tied to the store's business affairs. Coyotes used that code to discreetly receive the names of the migrants they were to transport. It wasn't until the code was deciphered that the police were able to confirm Ramos's involvement. Chavez Ravine is a slum on the brink of collapse. The illegal migrants that make up a considerable part of its community are putting the law-abiding citizens around them at risk. Crime rates have been higher than ever, and the halt of Ramos's operation will certainly put a dent in that. However, the people of LA cannot rest just yet. These crime organizations are resilient, highly adaptable, and well-connected. It will not be long before they find a new front for their operation, if they have not done so already. We all have a responsibility to stay vigilant and report any suspicious activity to the brave men of the Los Angeles Police Department. All right, well, this feels like the center of our case. Maybe the church is the new hub of operation? Or maybe those two people were killed because they could reveal. Very fishy. Feels right. Feels right. Jonathan Warner says exactly what I was saying. Maybe the bingo is the new front. Maybe they get paid by winning at bingoing. Yeah. Or the bingo calls are who to help cross the border. Yeah, this was a weird thing about how the names of who they're supposed to transport was said in code. Interesting. Was it 5 people and 5 things that he had in 5 cards he had? How many cards did he have in his pocket? He had 6 colorful bingo cards. And what were the name of these people that just died? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, not sure what that means, but yeah. All right. Oh, and don't forget, this is day before all this. Those people were dead, so they wouldn't be the people on the cards. But anyway, interesting. I think yeah, it's gonna be a tie-in to that. Okay, let's continue here. This is our last article on the front page. General Corlett is decorated at Netherlands Embassy. A spring carnival major general Charles H. Corlett, USA, retired, formerly of Chevy Chase, Maryland, and now a resident of Espanola, New Mexico, was decorated yesterday at the Netherlands Embassy in Washington with the Order of Orange Nassau, degree of Grand Officer. Colonel Roloff Roos, acting military attaché, made the presentation. General Corlett, a World War II Corps commander in Europe, took part in fighting in the Netherlands in September 1944, which resulted in the withdrawal of German forces from Dutch territory. A group of other American officers engaged in the operation received similar decorations from the Netherlands ambassador E.N. van Kleffens 3 months ago. General Corlett was unable to attend the ceremony. After the war, General Corlett served as United States coordinator in the fight against hoof and mouth disease in Mexico. All right, that's our front page. Now we proceed to the back. We've got some ads. Let's take a look at these ads. Okay, here's a typewriter for graduation, a gift they'll remember for life. A brand new portable typewriter. They got Corona, Remington, Royal, and Underwood. Very easy terms. You can pay per week, per month. 4439 South Spring Street. That would be a great graduation present to get. Tang's tastier because it's pure pork. Look, this looks like an alternative to Spam. What's the name of the name brand for Spam? Maybe it's just Spam. This looks like an alternative. They competed with them, called Tang. Mouth-watering flavors worth shouting about. Tang has the savory, tastier deliciousness of pure pork and its extra lean best. It's all meat. So economical, ready to serve in a jiffy, hot or cold. For a special taste treat, try this. Top slices of Tang with orange slices. Sprinkle lightly with brown sugar and broil. Broil extra orange slices for garnish. At the Coude Packing Company. Okay, hey, you want to learn Spanish? This is the place to go. Full or part-time course for veterans entitled to subsistence under the GI Bill. Learn Spanish. Our guy does mention getting a translator, but I thought that was just an aside. Do you think we could actually go here and get a translator? I'm just going to put a little mark here in case this is someplace we can actually go. We aren't given an address to go to, but we could look it up in the directory. What's this? A premium pressing oil? 25 or 50 cents at drugstores. Superior pressing oil is extra light and leaves the hair with a beautiful glossy sheen. It contains heat-resisting oils that relieve the hair from breaking off and splitting. At your nearby cosmetic counters, 25 cents and 50 cents. Use Naguru scalp ointment, 25 cents and 50 cents, and Gold Crest shampoo, Golden State Toilet Products, Station K, Los Angeles. For your building needs, it's Golden State for 48. Plastering, roofing, stucco, plumbing. You get the lot, we'll do the rest. 100% financing, no down payment. See us before you build. We can save you up to 50% on additions, rooms, garages, homes, everything. Golden State Construction Company. Here's an article about Lucha Libre. Cooper's Brewing Company brings you a play-by-play account of one of the biggest fights of the year. Lucha Libre on the air. El Angel Rojo versus Dr. Lobo. And then the lower card are the rest of these people we've seen. Ice Cream Domingo, Man Pig, Surprise Guest, El Demonio. KMPC 700 on your radio dial, play-by-play. Tomorrow at 7 p.m., live broadcast from El Templo, exclusively on KMPC 700. Was this a real radio station? We don't know. Here's another remodeling company advertisement. Let us remodel your bathroom. Fixtures are available. Terms arranged. Armistead Plumbing. Here's an article for Chamberlain's tablets. If you have bad breath, do you want your friends to avoid you? They certainly will do so when your breath is bad. There's no excuse for anyone having bad breath. It's caused by disorders of the stomach, which can be corrected by taking Chamberlain's tablets. Many have been permanently cured of stomach troubles by the use of these tablets after years of suffering. Okay, those were our ads. And now we've got Edie Alon, who is the Hollywood gossip columnist that we've visited before. Let's see what she says. John says, there is an address at the bottom of the Spanish lesson ad. Is there? Yeah, but it's not an address we can go to. 2196 Whittier Boulevard. Oh, here. RE513. That's interesting. Normally RE looks like it's phone numbers. I wonder. Well, let's think about it. All right. Any thoughts so far? I mean, we've got just articles in the paper about the migrant smuggling, which seem very relevant to our case. None of these ads seem very interesting, except for possibly the Spanish school, but probably not, but maybe. All right, let's see what Edie Alon, the Hollywood gossip columnist, has for us today. Edie Alon, looking at Hollywood. Last Saturday was a night of even more glamour and intrigue than I usually find filling my diary. So many stars were in attendance at La La Land's VIP masquerade extravaganza. I would love to tell you which ones, but I cannot. And not because of my near legendary standards of discretion, but because the night in question was a masked ball. This was indeed a night of mystery. Famous faces were disguised behind some daring disguises. Was that Elizabeth Taylor swanning about in a fetching diamond-studded mask? Were those blue eyes, old Blue Eyes himself, Frank Sinatra, twinkling out from under a mass of black lace and gold? Could have been Rita Hayworth and Prince Ali Khan in matching peacock feathers? Could Esther Williams have been concealed behind all that toil? I cannot say. What I can tell you is that a grand sum was raised for Mrs. Bradley Rideout, widow of the local businessman and mayoral challenger who perished in a dreadful incident at La La Land earlier this year. That's a callback to our previous case. Fountain unveiling. This coming Wednesday will see a constellation of Tinseltown's brightest stars congregate on Hollywood Boulevard for the unveiling of a fountain dedicated to our own dear departed Clara Rose, callback to the first case. Loyal readers of this column will know that the actress who made a splash as the star of pictures such as Shotgun Funeral was a close friend of mine, taken from us far too soon. Let us hope that this commemorative fountain will prove to be a place for those who loved Clara on screen and in person to pay their respects. Looking at Hollywood's sour times. Rumors have reached me from MGM Studios concerning certain acrimonious on-set issues between Gene Kelly and Esther Williams in the making of Take Me Out to the Ball Game, which also stars Frank Sinatra. Let's hope they talk things out and manage to keep the drama for when the cameras are turned on. Garland troubles. Poor Judy Garland has been working too hard. This year has already seen the releases of Easter Parade and The Pirate, both the pictures and accompanying long-playing records, and it seems Judy's knees are going from under her. Luckily, Mickey Rooney was on hand to hold her up when she hit a wobble after the Academy Awards dinner back in March. But now even Judy's sweet daughter Liza isn't allowed to see her. These are all real people, real Hollywood movie stars. I called the lovely lady at home to inquire after her health, and the poor dear answered the phone herself. She really was quite beside herself. I wish her a swift recovery. Expecting stars. To end on a brighter note, a small piece of good news has made its way to me via a good friend of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. As you will no doubt recall, they met on the set of To Have and Have Not in 1941 and married in 1945. Now they will truly have it all as they are expecting their first child early next year. Now I wonder whether certain other love-struck stars will ever follow their example after so many years and change the state of the marital union. Perhaps the lady could urge action. After all, she once starred in a picture called The Bill of Divorcement. All right. Los Angeles Standard, be a subscriber. Okay, so that's just an advertisement for the Los Angeles paper, which is what we're reading. And then what is, plane. The plane story did continue for some reason. So it's continuing about that XS-1 spy plane. Military aviation will be confronted with innumerable new problems which must be solved before supersonic warfare can be regarded as practical. The XS-1 is powered by 4 rocket motors and is launched from the underpart of a bomber, usually the B-29. This assists solves takeoff problems, conserves fuel, and lengthens the range of the ship. More such planes are on order. Mr. Symington said the Air Force had 2 such planes, one of them on loan to the National Association of Aeronautics, the government's top research agency. More are on order, he added. The Air Force is ordering 163 B-50 type aircraft from Boeing Manufacturing Company. This aircraft is an improvement on the B-29. The Air Force also announced that it was ordering a total of 51 North American B-45C 4-engine jet bombers and 30 Northrop B-49 flying wings. The latter, an 8-engine jet craft, has been in experimental status for some time, and one crashed at Muroc Lake, California recently. I wonder if we could visit Muroc Lake and just look at it. A total of 1,533 jet fighters, reconnaissance fighters, and trainee fighters will be purchased. These include two new types manufactured by North American, the F-86A and the F-86C, which Mr. Symington said would be available in quantity in 1950 and 1951 respectively. More flying boxcars. The announcement also revealed that a total of 99 flying boxcars, the Fairchild C-119B, would be ordered, and that 28 new type Douglas cargo planes, which are loaded in the back and unloaded in the front, would be purchased. A total of 32 amphibian air sea rescue planes will be purchased from Grumman Aircraft Corp. Mr. Symington said that the Air Force was not prepared to give dollar values involved, and that the orders were subject to change in view of developments. He termed the placing of orders as the first step in a long-term 70-group Air Force program. Mr. Symington also emphasized that the Air Force believed that selective service legislation is far from the standpoint of the national security the most important problem still to be resolved by Congress. He admitted that the Air Force voluntary recruiting was providing sufficient personnel, but added that without the Army up to strength, we could not operate. So they're spending billions and billions of dollars on military. All right, here's a continuation of the Congress story. Neutral observers were convinced, however, most of these questions would have to be pigeonholed if Congress quits on June 19th for the rest of the year. There was strong belief at the Capitol that if the 2 houses finally decided to adjourn next week, they will give their leaders power in the adjournment resolution to call Congress back if any unforeseen emergency arises during the summer. Some veteran political observers point out that while it would be harder for the Democrats to point a finger of scorn at a Republican Congress that was on the job through the hot months, the political campaign would produce a spontaneous flow of debate on any issue taken up after the conventions. They also point out that in summer session, the Democrats could and no doubt would point to every plank in the newly adopted Republican platform and challenge the OOP floor managers to carry them out. It is safe to predict they could not meet such an ambitious challenge, and the Democrats could still accuse them of failure on the eve of the election. After the House Steering Committee met yesterday, Speaker Martin told reporters, "It was the overwhelming position of the leadership that if possible we should adjourn on June 19th. The House leaders added 2 war veteran benefit bills to their must list yesterday, but they expect to finish without difficulty the measures they have listed." Last article, here it is. It looks like it's a callback to our previous case. Committee established to find new candidate to challenge Mayor Schauenhock. You might want to skip this if you didn't play Case 2 and you're planning on replaying it. Hollywood. In the wake of the shocking La La Land death of businessman Bradley Rideout, the last candidate to stand against Mayor Arthur Schauenhock, a committee has been established to find a new challenger to take on the mayor in the upcoming election. Clearly, the top job in town is one that comes with considerable challenges, and judging by the grisly demise of Mr. Rideout, some considerable risk. Alberto De Felice, a representative of the newly formed committee, stated to go up against this long-standing politician, a candidate will need to be able to talk to the common man and the common woman. He'll need to be capable of clear and convincing debate, because Mayor Schauenhock sure can talk. Furthermore, the new challenger will need to be able to hold his own amongst a city council that has recently weathered scandals, including charges of corruption, money laundering, tax evasion, as well as the controversial decision to transfer police investigative duties to the Global Detective Agency, which we are a member of. Residents of the City of Angels have long suspected that Schauenhock represents movie stars and other celebrities. A new mayoral challenger stepping into the race for City Hall would be well advised to run on a platform of standing for the regular people of this great city, those who have been overlooked in the shadows cast by the razzle-dazzle of Tinseltown. All Angelinos will be keenly interested to see who steps up to take on Mayor Schauenhock. Okay, 46 minutes reading the newspaper. One of the most controversial things this channel does. Read the newspaper, every word of it. If you were playing this at home, you'd go through that newspaper in 10 minutes. You just skim everything that wasn't related to your case. For better or worse, we're reading it all. We are getting some history of 1948, but I don't know if maybe if you're going to do this, put in more interesting historical papers. They're like articles. They're like, here's an article about the everyday congressional back and forth. It's not exactly compelling reading, but okay, it's a slice of life from 1948. The main thing we got here is we got this immigration trial of illegal immigration smuggling, and we got actual names of people involved and the market that they used to be running it from, and the idea that they might have now moved somewhere else. We think maybe the church where this murder occurred. So we'll want to go back and revisit that. All right, well, you know what it is. It's time to take a break, but let's catch up in the chat. John says, my favorite stretch from the paper would be that they thought was a thunderclap at the time of the murder was actually the secret jet causing the sonic boom. It wouldn't be that crazy if it's true. It's not a crazy idea. But it doesn't really help us, does it? Like, it was just a bit of flavor. But it is an interesting idea. I wonder if we reread it, it'll be clear that he was talking about some sonic booms. All right. If there's nothing else in the chat, we'll take another 8-minute break. We'll come back. It's 2:30 a.m. We still got a few hours left. We'll come back and we'll get back to our case. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. You're watching Caught for Two. We've just done the always painful work of reading the full newspaper. We were talking in the chat a little bit during the break about, Jonathan says, question we should ask is if the killings are related to smuggling, why frame the Red Angel? Dawn is thinking maybe it's just a disguise. But I don't see that. Like, to disguise yourself as the Red Angel is a huge amount of work. And it looked like his mask was stolen. So that's a lot of work. If you just wanted to kill those people, why not just wear a generic mask? Very odd. Very odd. I don't think we understand why. So let's consider two possibilities in the same ballpark. One is you're trying to frame him, right? The other is you need to look like him for some reason, right? Like you need to convince someone that you're him. And maybe you need to do that because he's trusted by the people running this, or you need to get access to a location and they'll only let the Red Angel in. And maybe they're going to check the mask to see if it's real. So it feels to me like maybe they're not trying to frame him so much as they have to impersonate him to get access to some information or people. Although I'm not sure, but those are two possible things. Dawn says, whoever stole the mask had to be at the wrestling place. Yes, it seems like, and it feels like maybe that kid was the one who stole it, the wannabe gangster. And he might be the person we should go looking for now. Actually, we don't have his address, do we? We have the address of the other people. Where would you guys like to go next? Let's review the different places we've got. We've got an entry for the church, although I'm not sure there actually is a place we could go to. There's the armory, because one of our dead people was from the Navy. So we could try to check out our dead people. We could go to that secret place. That seems like the place to go to next is probably to follow up with our three people. We've got Pedro Castillo, the manager of the Red Angel. Dante Diaz, who runs El Templo, that's the person we just spoke to. And El Toreador, the other wrestler. They were both suggested to be at the secret place where we know where it is. Ah, that's right. Jonathan reminds us, Jesus was said to frequent a cantina in the ravine area. I wonder if we can't find that cantina. Let's take a look here. So there's the secret place in the center, 847, which I think we should probably go to next. Where would the cantina be? There's the radio tower. Okay. There's nothing that seems to be listed as a cantina in the Chavez place. We might learn more about it, or we might look at our directory for restaurants. Cantina is like a restaurant. Let's see what we've got here. And we've got the newspaper places and people. Restaurants. Let's take a look at this. Oh, look what I see. Effie's Cantina. It's in our neighborhood, V3. Effie's Cantina. He might even have said Effie. Did someone say Effie at some point? I feel like someone said that name to us. Let's see. 847 is where we went. Oh no, 847 is the new place. What was the place we went? Oh, El Templo 36. Does he actually tell us the name of the cantina or just say cantina? Tells us about the secret place. The secret clubhouse. Where's the cantina mentioned? Jesus. A cantina in Chavez Ravine. That's where he pencils it. I think, you know what? It was at when we talked to someone who told us like Effie's. This guy tells us a cantina, and another one told us Effie's, I think. So now we've put them together, and we found Effie's Cantina at 473. So let's put a little mark on our board. So this is where we think Jesus hangs out, and I'm very suspicious of Jesus. 473, right there. Okay, and right here. Right near our other witness. Interesting. All right. Well, I still think we should go to our secret place first. So yeah, let's go to the secret place and follow up with these three people. We're bound to get this other mask at some point. All right, so the secret dead end, if you'll remember, we know it's on a dead-end street north of the sanitarium, and there's where it is at 847. The secret clubhouse. Let's read it. As Dante Diaz said, El Secreto is not easy to locate, and the sanatorium surrounding it functions nicely as an added deterrent. After all, you can only bang on so many doors with sickness and plague behind them before you start to think maybe you don't really need to find these masked, muscle-bound palookas after all. But you keep on treading, knocking on doors, holding your breath as the air of sickness escapes deeper and deeper into the wilds of Chavez Ravine until finally you find it, El Secreto. At least you're pretty sure it's the right place, unless this particular bunker of the sanatorium necessitates the wearing of elaborate masks to cover some hideous facial leprosy. "¿Qué quieres?" says the man in a green lizard getup, complete with protruding purple tongue. "What do you want?" he's saying. You tell him why you're here. Behind Lizard Man, through the open doorway, you hear strange sounds, grunting, yelping, singing. He nods and closes the door. A few minutes later, it opens. Standing there is one of the biggest men you've ever seen. He wears no mask, and yet his face is utterly implacable. You couldn't read it with all the spy glasses, ciphers, and Geiger counters in the world. "Hi," you say. "Hi," he says. You're about to make your pitch, but he cuts you off. "Espera." He holds up an open hand. It reminds you of the Red Angel's palm against the bars. "The rule is simple. None but luchadores are allowed through these doors." Then we have a problem. He acknowledges that you could bring a warrant, but noting how different that is from actually having one. He acknowledges you could bring a warrant, but noting how different that is from actually having one. You ask his name. "Pedro Castillo," he says, "the castle." Of course. He remains stone-faced. There is one possibility. Although many ways exist to define luchador, for the purposes of our rule, it really just means wrestler. I'm trying to see who's saying this. He's saying this. He remains stone-faced. There is one possibility. Although many ways exist to define luchador, for the purposes of our rule, it really just means wrestler. Our training facility extends to anyone who will climb into the ring. Man, woman, troll, fairy, bandit, flatfoot. We are not, as one might think, so exclusive. You hold up your hand. What are you saying? What I am saying is this, and now he turns to let his voice boom into the room behind him. The only way you're coming in, detective, or talking to any of my luchadores, is by getting in the ring. And now you can hear them in the cavern behind him, howling and chanting, Angel Rojo, Angel Rojo. You wish to heck you still had your hat, so at least you'd have something to do with your hands. Take it off maybe, wipe your brow. You consider taking up smoking again, or at least day drinking. With a silver flask and all that. You look up at the castle. Who would I have to, wrestle? Well, it depends on who you want to talk to. The castle is smiling. All you have to do is last for a minute. One little minute. And then you can ask your question. So, to accept the castle's challenge, turn to lead 300. To wimp out entirely, turn around and go literally anywhere else. I mean, we're going to do it, obviously. I kind of wish we had something in our pocket. Some brass knuckles, something to help us. But we don't have anything. So we're going to have to go in this blind. So here we go, 300. Let's keep track. 36. Track. Then we went to 847, which goes to 300. Okay, here we go. We're getting in the ring with the luchadores. We only have to survive for 1 minute. Are we going to be able to survive for 1 minute? I have my doubts, but maybe they'll still let us talk, even if we don't. Once inside, El Secreto is more like a well-lit cave than a bunker. And as you duck under the ropes, into the ring at its center, the glistening cavern appears massive around you. On all sides, legions of bare-chested masked men laugh and lick their lips. You remind yourself, in this weird world of lucha libre, these are the good guys. At least they appear to be having fun. The voice of the castle booms out. Por mis técnicos, the good guys hoot. Los técnicos de Chavez Ravine, they howl. Permitamente, sorry, I need my glasses for this. Permítanme presentarles al más confundido, al más divertido, al más loco investigador en toda la ciudad de Los Angeles, el detective. He's announcing us. He's saying to the technicos of Chavez Ravine, I present to you the most confounding, maybe the most diverting, the most crazy investigator in all of the city of Los Angeles, El Detective. That's our stage name. The room is moving in sporadic waves of jeers and applause. You have begun to sweat with a singular intensity, so you take off your jacket and toss it ringside. The luchadores catcall and whistle. You consider kicking off your shoes, then all of a sudden, he's there. It's like he's floating 5 feet up in the air, cape wrapped around him, blue eyes like diamonds in the middle of darkness. And then you see, it's not that he's floating, but something nearly as impossible. El Toreador is standing on the top rope, but nowhere near the corner stanchions. He's right in the middle, feet on the narrow coil, still as a vampire bat with no need at all for gravity. Iahora, bellows Castle, and now he says, Su amigo, su guia, el temible, el hermano del ángel rojo, el asesino de los rudos, el toreador. He's saying, my friends, or something. The brother of the Red Angel. The something of Rudos, I don't know, the toreador. He's announcing the toreador guy, who's somehow floating in the air. Feet on the narrow coil. I don't know what that means. The magnificent luchador throws up his arms. The crowd cheers. The cape billows around him, red on the inside, black on the back, with gold edges all around. His tights match the cape, but with sharp flared pleats. He raises his head, shiny black eye mask across his face, the hat of a bullfighter. Let the battle begin, bellows the castle. The crowd roars. In one fluid movement, El Toreador reaches to his side for an invisible sword, pulls it out, points the tip between your eyes. The crowd goes wild. With his other hand, he flings his hat into their midst, the invisible point still aimed at your forehead. The noise is like thunder, and then, just like that, he's in the air. When and if you ever remember this moment, it will feel like time slowed down. That is only because your brain is trying to process and lock in about 1 million more pieces of information than it usually does, in the absurd hope that you might learn from these 2 seconds. So although it will feel like it in retrospect, time does not slow down, nor do you experience it in the moment with any more clarity than most things. El Toreador, launched from the top rope, is flying through the air, spinning impossibly towards you. Then, instead of hitting you directly, he twists in the air at the final moment, scissors out his legs, and brings them together and captures your torso in his flight. He flips backwards in a giant arch, and, as you catapult over the ropes, he lands standing upright in the center of the ring. The crowd explodes with joy and appreciation, and the castle booms out, "There it is, my friend! El tercio de la muerte, the 3rd move of death. Not many come back from that." Crashed somewhere among the chairs, you start to assess your mortality. Your head is both throbbing and spinning. You try to find your feet. Now, we've got a choice. To go back in the ring, go to lead 110, or to attempt a more semantic approach, turn to lead 228. Well, what do you think? We have not had much luck with fighting in this game. We are outclassed and outmatched. Jonathan says, back in the ring, so back in the ring we go. 110. Let's write it down. What's the worst that can happen? Another concussion. We only have to survive a minute. Here we go. Had enough, bellows El Toreador from the center of the ring. You stand up, shake your head, and regretfully, painfully, cautiously, climb back through the ropes. Despite your grappling and pugilistic training, you just can't quite stay on top of this thing. El Toreador is everywhere, and you are mostly flat on your back. Again and again. Finally, he ties you in his cape to a corner stanchion. It is at that point that he whistles and holds up his hand. He's like, however you do that. From outside the ring, a hat comes flying through the air. And he catches it. Your hat. He puts it on your head and flattens it so that you are now wrapped in the cape of El Toreador with a crude, broken mock-up of a bullfighter's hat on your head. Permítanme presentarles. He's like, allow me to present, he says. In the voice of El Castillo, El Detectador. The crowd cheers. Can we talk now? You ask. He turns to you and shrugs. Sure. To interview El Toreador, turn to lead 903. So now we get to interview him. Okay. Oh, this is a funny scene. And we got our hat back, it seems. I don't know if it's still any good. Well, Jonathan was right to climb back in the ring. I assume we could have, if we had gone. Don says braver than me, Jonathan. Okay. I wonder if the end game is going to say, did you get your hat back? And if you do, you get some extra reward. All right, 903, here we go. As the adrenaline leaves your body, so does your strength and your breath. El Toreador helps you out of the ring, waving his other arm in the air. He's like waving to the crowd as he's helping you out. Politely, somewhat lazily, the technicos clap as you climb down to the ground. So they have a little bit of respect for us now. El Toreador leans into your ear. We can talk, but not here. So you follow him unsteadily to the door and out. The sun and heat hits you like a heavy balm. You stagger behind as he heads towards the ridge above the sanatorium. Then, turning around to look at you, he blessedly stops and leaps atop a boulder, waits for you to catch up, and climbs up. He's got the look of Zorro. There, hat and mask against the sun. You pull yourself up beside him and sit. It is beautiful, no? He says, arm crossing the valley. His accent is bold, his words clear. He waits for you to nod, then asks what you want to know. You're too beat up to beat around the bush. The Red Angel, you say. I want to know if he murdered 2 people last night. El Toreador looks at you, eyes gleaming through his mask. He stops, then starts again. El Castillo is our coach and our manager, he says, but El Angel Rojo is our leader. As much as he means to Chavez Ravine, he is even more to us. Why? He gives a noble kind of shrug. It is hard to name. That glow, that star in the eye, the way a man stands and speaks, and it means even more with the mask. The mask is a kind of ultimate test. If you have so much charisma, so much machismo and gravitas, that it shines right through the mask, well, then there is nothing outside that can stop it, and people will follow you anywhere because they are in love with you. This is my theory, right? That someone stole the mask because that was getting them the ability to go somewhere, to tell people what to do. Like, people would listen to you if you've got this mask. They think you're this guy. People will follow you anywhere because they are in love with you. Okay, you say, but that's not really what I asked. El Toreador looks at the sky. The clouds are moving fast. Could he have done it? A man is capable of anything, don't you agree, detective? He turns and looks you in the eye. There is a sadness there, and something heavy in his voice. The masks work both ways. And you have to remember, we are devoted to the mask. A man like that is always in hiding, always a mystery. So who am I to say what he could or could not do? ethically, spiritually, personally. But if you mean pragmatically, then no, probably not. You wait a bit, and then ask why. Time and place, says El Toreador in the clouds once more. How fast can one get from here to there? El Templo to El Santo Nino and back. Figure out that, and you'll know if he could have done it or not. At least, that's how it seems to me. He turns back to you, but surely you've thought of that. Of course, you say, not missing a beat, which is why I wanted to ask. What time would that have been? Oh, which is what I wanted to ask. He says that he saw you that night in the dressing room. What time would that have been? El Toreador squints at the sun. Are you any good at math, detective? What's math got to do with any of this? Well, my fight began at 7:45. I saw El Ángel Rojo earlier to say buena suerte. Good luck, I guess. We spoke for maybe 10 minutes, then he went to the shower and I went to take some cervezas before my fight. That's beer. I had cuatro cervezas. He had 4 beers. 9 minutes cada cerveza. I'm like a clock that way. I finished my last beer right before the bell. I had 4 beers. 9 minutes cada cerveza. I don't know what cada is. C-A-G-A. He's saying he had some beers before the fight. He had 4 beers. 9 minutes last beer, maybe. I had 4 beers, 9 minutes last beer, or I don't know. I'm like a clock that way. I finished my last beer right before the bell. And did you see him at all after he went to the shower? No, I did not. You're scribbling things down in your notepad, then readjusting to lean against the rock. Something flicks in the corner of your eyes, something on the ridge. Hey, you call out, standing up. GDA, show yourself. We saw something. As you pocket the notebook and pull out your credentials, a figure appears above you, like a glowing angel. You lift your badge to shield the light, and then you see a little girl standing against the sun. I have something for you, she says, but you have to come with me. Then she leaps down and down again, scampering off into the ravine. Do we want to follow the little girl or stay with El Toreador? Let's make sure we understand this. I'm just going to write down these things. We can follow the girl. I feel like we're going to get beat up if we do, but he's giving us... Okay, he says his fight is at 7:45, right? He sees him earlier. We spoke for 10 minutes. Okay, so he says sees earlier. Sees the red angel. Okay, they talked for 10 minutes. And then he went to have beer. He had 4 beers. 9 minutes. Cada cerveza. We need to know what cada means. C-A-D-A. Can someone look that up for us? Per beer. I bet that's what it means. He had 4 beers, 9 minutes per beer. That's what it's going to be. So, he's telling us that it was 36 minutes of beer drinking. Finished his last beer right before the bell. So there we go. So he's saying his fight's at 7:45. They talk for 10 minutes and then he spends 36 minutes drinking beer alone. And then the fight. So that means he basically met him at 6:50. 6:59. So 6:59 he meets him. They talk to 7:09, and then he drinks beer for 36 minutes and goes on stage. So they met at 6:59 and talked to 7:09. They talked for 10 minutes. So now we've got a timeline alibi for the Rojo, the Red Angel, from 6:59 to 7:09. And in fact, something else that's interesting is that the game gave us a little hint that we took to be just flavor. And it told us that it took us 50 minutes, remember, to walk down to here, right? That we took as just an offhand comment, but it is trying to, it seems like maybe it's giving us a little reminder about walking time. And in the legend, we're told 3/4 of an inch is 1,000 feet. So let's just look at this for a second. If this takes you 50 minutes, then maybe you could estimate 20 minutes per grid square, right? So like 20 minutes, and then 10 here and 10 wherever he started. 20, 40, about 50. So let's just, as a rough estimate, say that. Okay, so now there's the crime scene right in the center of our screen there. And we know that's where he met him down here. We can account for him until 7:09. So even if at 7:09 he starts heading back here, that doesn't put him up here until 8 o'clock if it takes 50 minutes. That means he couldn't have gotten there in time. So there's his alibi, right? I didn't have to do this 20 minutes per grid square because we walked exactly to that club and it took us 50 minutes. It probably said we were walking briskly. So I think what we know is it takes 50 minutes to get to from the fight club to the scene of the crime. And we know he was last seen at the fight club at 7:09 p.m. And we know the bodies were killed around 7:45. So he just could not have gotten up there in time. Dawn is reminding us that it's at least conceivable that the guy at the club is not the real Red Angel. It's an interesting idea, but it's hard to imagine he wouldn't be the real Red Angel. His manager probably knows him and he would probably say why, but okay, we could consider as a remote possibility that he's not. But if he is, he's now got a timeline alibi. Good. I like it. I like it a lot. That was kind of fun, that little we're gonna have a lot. Jonathan's right. If he took a car, it would be faster. But I think we've cleared him. Not only that, but we have to talk when we review this game, like the fact that that's a little Spanish word that you could kind of figure out even without knowing Spanish, or you could look it up. There's something very satisfying about that. All right, but now we have to decide, are we going to follow this little girl? We're going to get our heads cracked when we follow this girl, but I don't see why we would stay with El Toreador. It feels like we've gotten everything from him we need. So are you ready to follow that girl? Yikes, this is a little scary. We're going to get cracked. We're going to get our head cracked. All right, who's ready to follow the girl? All right, here we go. Following the girl is 28. To remind us what she says, let's just remind us of the scene. She shows up on the ridge. I don't know if she's shining a light in our eyes or if we're just, our eyes are blinded when we look up at her. Let's just read it. Okay. Readjusting to lean against the rock, something flicks in the corner of your eye, something on the ridge. Hey, stop, GDA, show yourself. She's like a glowing angel. You lift your badge to shield the light because we're looking up on into the sun. A little girl standing against the sun. I have something for you, she says, but you have to come with me. Then she leaps down again, scampering. She's going to give us a piece of evidence. I changed my mind. I think she's going to give us a piece of evidence. Okay, here we go. Follow the girl, lead 28. She's giving us a knock on the head or she's giving us some evidence. So let's write down that we followed 28. Follow girl. Here we go. You call out to her as she scrambles down off the hill and onto the gravel of Gabriel Street. She stops before she reaches the house. You have something for me? I said I do, she says and looks at you. Didn't I? You acknowledge that she did. Well, what do you have? Come here, she says. And you follow her over to a low stone wall, atop around the back of the house, to a fairly sizable chicken coop. They screech when she opens the door. You take off your hat, holding it in front of you as you follow her in. We got our hat back. There is a small space between the door and their roosts, almost as small as it is hot, loud, and stinky. The air is straw dust, chicken shit particles, and frantic flapping wings. So, you say unflappably, what are we doing here? She raises a finger. We're making a deal. The birds fly behind her. You try for the kind of gesture that says you're annoyed, at a loss, but still in control. She steadies her gaze. My name is Flor de Maria Iglesias Esperanza. La Pequeña Flora, the little Flora, or the little flower. You can call me Flora. I have something that will help you a lot. And I think you need a lot of help. I also offer other services of navigation, translation. My English is perfect, and I'm an excellent guide. Your investigation so far has been hindered by a language barrier. With Flora's help, you would be able to revisit those leads and interview them again. Something happens among the roosts. We did go to the one woman witness who didn't speak English. I guess we can go back to her if we have a translator. With Flora's help, you would be able to revisit those leads and interview them again. Something happens among the roosts as one of the hens hurtles talons first, then another, and they seem to explode midair. This thing you have, what exactly is it? She raises a finger. We have to agree on the terms. All right, then, you say. What do you want? Feathers billow around you like some kind of cherubim shrapnel. My brother, Jesus, she says. He is missing. If I help you, will you help me find him? You think about it for a moment, then shrug and nod. She leans into the coops. A chicken goes frantic as the little girl reaches into the straw beneath her nest and pulls out an envelope. Open evidence B. Well, we met a precocious little girl. She did not knock us on our head. She told us to open B. And it seems like we're going to have a new girl to be a guide for us. That's what this envelope's going to be, like her calling card or something. Okay. Envelope B. What do you think? I think B is just going to be like her little calling card that we can use to ask her help. And we wanted to find Jesus anyway. So yeah, we're in on it. But now it's going to be a little more emotionally hard to arrest Jesus if he's a bad guy. But I guess he's probably just a innocent. All right, let's take a look at what we got here. This is what was under the chicken's nest that she gave us. Oh, look at this. This is kind of crazy. She's given us a map of people we could talk to with her help, I think. Alternative locations, it seems. I should make sure there's nothing else in here. I think it's like a map of Spanish-speaking places that she can help us revisit. All right, let's take a look at this. Oh my gosh, look at that. Los habitantes del barrio. So she's made a map of the ravine, the Chavez ravine, Barranco de Chavez. And there's Chavez ravine. And she has made her own annotations here, which give us new ways we can go visit people, new alternative numbers. So for example, there's the 199 of El Santo Nino, which actually isn't on this map, but is the scene of this stuff. Now we have it on the map. And I'll bet if we find that other witness and we know where she lives, we could now go talk to her. And maybe people will trust us more too. Effie Street. So you can see there's Effie Street, there's Effie Street. So this is like just the central part of our map, just this barrio here. She's going to let us visit these places more and talk to them more, including the church. It's a little red dot here. I don't know what that's about. Maybe that's where we are. That would make sense. This looks like the bishop's territory. Lookout Hill. Is that where we are? Lookout Hill? Very interesting. Remember to always turn it over if you watched our remedial detective school. You would know, thanks to Jonathan. Jonathan added that to our course. Jonathan says, always turn over and look at the backs. Oh boy, look at this. This is going to be some smuggling, perhaps. There's Alvarado. I wonder if this is, I wonder if this is to do with the fights. Is it fights or smuggling? Because that's Alvarado. Esperanza. These are the different neighborhoods. The Bishops area, La Loma area, Palo Verde, and Solano Canyon correspond to areas here. She's marked off who owns what territories. Solano Canyon, the Bishops area, Palo Verde area. So somehow each area has its own little section here. Alvarado, Cerro Alvarado, that's the Red Angel. We don't know what the numbers are. Could be money, could be anything. Who owns territory? Well, this might be my favorite of all the documents we've seen in all of the versions of this, in all three of the trilogy. Like, this is the most rich, dense document that we've seen that doesn't feel like it's just for flavor text. This is like an actual useful document that feels like it's opened up a lot of stuff. That girl, La Pequeña Flora, the little flower. And she was, we should remember, she's related to someone. She's an Esperanza. She's the little flower. She's Jesus's sister, but she's also an Esperanza. Maria Iglesias Esperanza. We've got some Esperanzas here, too. A DE Esperanza. Here's a Ramirez. What was the lawyer's name? Robert Hernandez, not Ramirez. Why does the Ramirez sound familiar? Did we talk to someone else who's a Ramirez? What about the dead people? Fernando Cortez. Let's see if we've got a Cortez here. Whoop, FP Cortez. FP Cortez is probably Fernando Cortez, one of our dead people. And Ramirez was the other dead person. Enrique Ramirez, here he is here. 2 dead people in Solano Canyon region. Someone making a move on the smuggling in Solano Canyon. Is that what we're at? Is that what we're looking at? I'm just going to make little marks here. So Fernando Cortez is one of our dead victims, and Ramirez Enrique is the other one. Maybe this is where they live. He lived at 660 Ravine, and that's number 066. Ramirez lived at 633. His number is 336. Whoa! Stop for a second. That's what it is. It's scrambled numbers. Look. One of our dead people is Fernando Cortez. He lives at 660 Shea Ravine, and his number is 066. It's reversed. 660. Ramirez, EMG, Enrique Ramirez was killed. He lives at 633 Shea Ravine, and look at this. It's reversed. His number is listed on this cheat sheet as 336. 633. Let me give you a close-up of this. I'm sorry for spoiling that before I gave you a close-up look at it. I apologize. So 2 people in Solano Canyon were killed. I think we got a mention about decrypting the code. I think we know what this code is now. The code is this number is their address, but backwards. EMJ Ramirez, he lives at 633. Cortez, the other dead guy, lives at 660. That means for any of these people, if we wanted to look them up, I guess we could look it up by going back, counting backwards. So this number is going to be their address. And I'm guessing that this girl can talk to them and knows how to translate. So is that what it is? Are all these locations 066? 066. Yes. All right, so, but although, so just to clarify though, Cortez is our dead person, Fernando Cortez. We know from the Los Angeles directory, he lives at 660. Here it's listed at 066, written backwards. But I think if you look on this map, I think it's listed as 066. So I'm not sure we needed to know that it was reversed. The point is to look up, have this girl translate, we sort of go at the reverse order. I'm not sure we need to know that. I think if we wanted to find someone and have this girl take us, we would just go to the number exactly as written. We wouldn't actually have to reverse it. But I'm not sure. Very fascinating. So we think this might have to do with running illegal immigrants in. But it's not money, it's just addresses where they live. But it is interesting that 2 are dead, unless this is everyone who lives in the entire barrio. The habitants of the barrio. So this may have nothing to do, this chart, this list, may have absolutely nothing to do with any illegal activity. This is just all the residents. But just as an example, let's look it up. Look, here's Effie's Cantina, 473. Well, that is the actual address on the main chart, 473. I guess this is how we would look them up, though, to have this woman escort us, this little girl escort us. Okay, well, lots of stuff to do here. We can go to Effie's Cantina, where we thought her brother hung out. We can go to the priest at the church. We can visit the dead people's houses. It'd be interesting to visit the dead people's houses on our own, and then with the girl. I'm guessing if we go on our own, they don't know how to speak English, is my guess, and the girl will translate for us. But lots still to do. The cat is scratching at the door. It wants to get out desperately. Sarah, you can't get out on your own? There's an actual, I built a little door handle for the cat on the bottom of the door so she can open it herself. The door closes by a little spring. But I've got a curtain there so I can run the air conditioner during breaks, and it's causing her some consternation. All right, so let's put this aside for a second. Jonathan says, let's go to the witness and find out about her statement. Okay, let's do it. That'll be a good comparison. So, it'll be a good way to see if we understand how this map and stuff works. So let's look here. The witness that didn't understand English was Elsa Fernandez. She was at 873. So now, let's find Elsa Fernandez. Let's find her on this list. There's, is that going to be her? 378, 873. Yes, okay. So here she is, Elsa Fernandez, something Elsa Fernandez. you can see in her address that we have from the directory is 873. When we went to 873, she didn't speak English. Now the entry here is 378. It's reversed. So when we go to the reversed address, 378, on this map, it's going to be the little girl translating for us. So let's mark it, which is 873 becomes 378. It's right here on the girl's map, which maps to here on the regular map. Remember, this area is this area here, so it's at the same location. It's just her translation. It's just a clever way to give us alternate numbers for places. Okay, so let's go to 378. Let's have the girl speak to her in Spanish. This was our second witness who the police wrote down, says she hates the Red Angel, nothing happened. Here we go. Elsa Fernandez is wrapping steamed tortillas in small squares of fabric. Upon your approach, she looks up at you placidly, then down at Flora by your side. She smiles and hands the girl a tortilla. Yum, says Flora. While she chews, you take out the witness report and wait. Then she begins to translate. Senora Fernandez, is this your signature on this report? The woman lets her smile slip away as she nods carefully. Do you speak English, Senora Fernandez? The woman shakes her head. Is this the girl speaking? The girl's translating for us. So we're saying, and then the girl translates to Spanish as we say. Can you tell me, please, then, how this report came to be, written in English as it is? Did the policeman translate it for you? Then Flora translates. She shakes her head. Do you know what it says, Senora Fernandez? Another shake. Then you read it to her with Flora keeping pace in Spanish. Little Flora is translating. The words seem to pain the old woman. She looks down at the ground, then she speaks. And this is Flora translating. I said none of that. I thought none of that. I didn't know what they would write. They threatened me, my children and my children's children. They said they would send us all back if I did not sign the paper. Will they do that now, detective? Her eyes narrow. No, says Flora, answering with conviction. Then she looks at you. They will not. She's giving us orders. They are not going to send these people home. Okay, so that was it. Nothing, she says the statement's a lie, but that was just to give us a little bit of flavor of Flora and her skills at translating. So Flora we can use in all of these places to get more information when we run into someone who doesn't speak English. All right, let's write that down, that we went to 378, otherwise known as 873, witness with Flora. Did we speak to anyone else who only knew Spanish in this neighborhood? I don't feel like we did yet. We can see from our stickers 134 was the other witness. There was the other witness, Bobby Molina, who spoke good English. He was at 134. So the question is there a 431 for Molina? And would he say anything interesting, different to her? Probably not, right? And maybe he lives outside the barrio. I'm just checking for fun. Okay, he's not there. So I don't think we've gone anywhere else. The only other place, though, is the cantina, which we haven't been to, and that's not reversed. So I don't think we need Flora for that. Okay. I think we should take another 8-minute break here and collect our thoughts about this new place and think about where we want to go next. Okay, I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. You're watching Call for Two, playing Lucha Muerte, the third case from the trilogy of Mortem L.A. We're deep in the thick of it. We've got this amazing document from this little girl, the little flower girl. I want to point out something. In our newspaper article about the smuggling ring, we mentioned that they caught a big smuggling ring and that there might be higher ups that he would try to testify against or whatever. And the person that was arrested was Augustin Ramos, whose front for the illegal immigration was Bishop's Road Market. Now look at this. On our sheet here, in the La Loma territory, Bishop's Road Row Market. So we've now got a location for Bishop's Row Market that we can bring Flora to. And there's Augustin Ramos. I don't know if he's also in the directory. I'm going to look up Augustin Ramos, see if he's even in this. Okay, so Augustin Ramos is in the directory, still under 138. So we don't actually need Flora to find this location, and we don't need her to translate it. But now, oh, and he's the same, that's the same address as Bishop Road Market. Okay, so these two entries don't actually give us new locations to go in. We would have found them in the directory anyway. So actually nothing major new, but interesting that they are in this neighborhood. I think it just confirms our theories that this is all about smuggling. All right. Well, I think we should clean up the leads that we have been working on. So one of our pending leads is the cantina, where we thought Jesus might be hanging out, and the Zoot Suits hang out. What are they called? The Pucats or something. Let's go there. 473 is Effie's Cantina. So I think we start there. We've still got a few evidence packets to get. Okay, we're going to go to the cantina now and see if we can't learn about Jesus. Or, yeah, Jesus, either way. He's missing. She wants us to help find him. Let's see what we got here. As you enter the cantina through squeaking, swinging doors, the blind guitarista in the corner stops playing. All eyes turn to you. This does not look like a place where Zoot Suit Pachucos hang out, at least based on your very limited knowledge of them. This is an old school cantina, and the men only, look like they've been going to this old school most of their lives, and don't really plan on graduating. You clear your throat. I'm trying to find the words in Spanish. Yo soy besando Jesus. The men in the bar snort and laugh, then go back to staring at you. Buscando, says the guy behind the bar. Excuse me? I think you mean buscando. You said you are kissing Jesus, but I think you are looking for him, yes? You nod. You can feel your face heating up. Do you know where I can find him? The man shrugs. How about something to drink? You reach into your pocket and pull out $1. The chalk on the wall reads, Cerveza 10 cents, tequila 15 cents, Ron, 20 cents. Michelada, 23 cents. Margarita, 25 cents. If you know what to order, pay for it with the dollar. Then count the change and go to that lead. If you don't know what to order, maybe it's time you talk to your informants. Okay, we don't know what to order. It's going to be cerveza, tequila, margarita. Don't know. Okay. That sounds like it's the hub of the criminal people. We need some code. What to order? I don't think it's on this sheet. I don't think there's any code here. These are just locations. So it's something else we're not ready for. Now it says if you don't know what to do, talk to your informants. But we know we're not going to our informants until we get really stuck. But we're going to put a big question mark that we got to come back here. We're going to use a separate card for our unresolved mysteries. And we're going to put 473 Cantina so we don't forget that. I'm just going to put in our lead list, Cantina unfinished. I think maybe it would behoove us to recap the places left on our radar, because actually one of them, I didn't really make a news entry, so I think I gotta make a separate card for news. Oh, here, we'll just do it here. We'll make this the news. Okay, so from the news, we have Augustin Ramos, who was running and got arrested. And we might even say, check courts. If there's a court location we could go to, maybe we could talk to him. Otherwise, we can visit the store where he was running this illegal operation out of. That's one place we can go. Then we've got our two dead people. We haven't gone to their houses yet. And we now have their addresses with Flora, which are different from their addresses without Flora. So we can go to them both on our own and with Flora. And I think we probably should do both of those. In fact, you could argue that we should have gone to those first early on. So I think those should be high on our priority. As Jonathan points out, there's also the mask maker. Who's the wrestling fan? There's the two dead people. Oh, the person who knows about Lucha Libre, Senora Esperanza, at 428. Yes. We're just guessing where that location is. That's Esperanza. That's going to be the daughter. That's going to be another way to meet the daughter, maybe. But yes, okay. Then we have the lawyer who gave us his card, don't forget. Maybe that's it. Not too many places left. So if I make a new card just for the fun of it, of our remaining places, we've got two dead people to go to their houses in English and with Flora. We've got the mask maker. We've got Esperanza fan. We've got the church. We've got the newspaper, Ramos from the newspaper. We've got the lawyer, who's Ramirez, I think. We've got the Navy Armory. That may be it. All right. I think we should probably look about the people who were killed. It seems like we probably should have done that early on as good police detectives. So I vote for we do that next. So looking at our notes and our autopsies, we've got Fernando Cortez and Enrique Ramirez. So let's go to them in English and let's see if, I expect we're not going to learn much in English. So let's go to 660. This is Fernando Cortez. The house is unnaturally quiet. Did Cortez even have any family, or did he live alone? You lift your hand, about to knock for a third time, when the door swings open. The man in front of you looks sleepy, or maybe just bored. He stares at you with half of each eye. Something like suspicion flickers through. I'm from the GDA, you say. Do you speak English? His eyes open just slightly wider. He shakes his head. Habla inglés? You say, as if asking in clunky Spanish might garner another answer. No habla, he says, and shakes his head once more. You stare at him for a moment. He stares back at you. I can come back with someone who does, you say. He shrugs, you do too, then you turn and walk away. So exactly as we suspected. 660, no English, dead Fernandez. And I suspect we're gonna get the same thing at the other dead person's house, which is 633. Crashing awake is bad enough. It's even worse when you can't speak the language to offer your condolences, and apparently no one in the Ramirez family speaks English. Or maybe they're just not in the mood. You hum and haw and click your teeth as the mourners stare at you reproachfully. Finally, you mutter an apology and say you'll come back later. But there won't be much point then either, unless you can quickly learn Spanish or at least find a translator. Okay, so it makes sense. The game expected us to go there sooner. It's on us for not doing that, but no harm done. Shall we go there now with the little girl and see what they have to say? Let's make a third lead card. Okay, we're going to say hello to Flora, or we could visit the... Oh yeah, we went to the cantina. We couldn't do anything. All right, here we go. We're going to take Flora. Unless there's a better idea, we're going to take Flora back to these dead people's houses and see what they have to say. So, looking at our chart, and we know the code, we could just reverse it, but we're going to make little marks here so we can keep track. We're going to go to Ramirez. Oh, he's the dead person. I've already got marks on them. Okay, so Ramirez with Flora is, or let me go to Cortez with Flora first. 066. Okay, let's see. Let's ask little Flora to translate for us. See what they say. I think next time let me see something here. This is I've got this camera and this camera. So when I do this and side by side, we get this. So let's see for a second. Can't go too much closer, but I actually can go a little bit closer. Okay, a little bit closer for you. Standing outside the door, Flora singing softly at your side, you knock once more. Eventually it opens and a sleepy-looking man stands before you. Takes him a moment, then he shakes his head. No habla inglés, he says. You nod and look down at Flora. Está bien, she says. Yo puedo traducir. She says, it's good, I can translate. The man hesitates, looks like he might shut the door or make a run for it. Then he just shrugs. You ask her to tell him the basics, that you're a GDA agent investigating the murder of Fernando Cortez. He used to live here? Yes. Are you his brother, you offer, trying to move the conversation along? He grunts something which Flora translates as roommate. You ask if you could come in to see Cortez's space. You got a warrant, says the man, but then he steps aside anyway. As you glance around the living room, you ask the roommate some basic questions. His alibi sounds solid, but otherwise he's about as helpful as a white crayon. It appears he barely knew the victim. We just live together, he says, and shrugs. You ask to see Cortez's room, and he points you down the hall. Flora follows. You're not exactly sure what you were expecting to find, but the room surprises you. Cortez was extremely tidy. Aside from a small bed in the corner, a cupboard, and a desk, it's practically empty. The linens are neatly folded on the edge of the bed. There's nothing on the desk nor on the floor. In fact, the only evidence of Cortez at all are the few items hanging on the wall. A certificate, an old photograph, and a medal from the Navy for his service in the war. You pick the lock on the drawer under his desk and sift through the contents. Much like the rest of the room, the drawer is very well organized. You brush past the personal items and pick up 3 folders. The first folder, labeled Bishop's Road Market, where the illegal immigration smuggling operation was run from, is empty. The second folder, labeled El Santo Nino, where we suspect the new operation is being run from, contains 4 marked Loteria boards and 20 different individual cards. You're about to open the last folder, labeled Los Suertudos, when the roommate appears in the doorway and begins to shout. Flora does her best to translate, but appears to be getting more uncomfortable by the second. It's clear the man wants you to leave. You take a quick glance inside the last folder, but all you can make out before he grabs it from your hand is the name Ronaldo Capote. You stare at the man steadily. Flora goes quiet. You do not, of course, have a search warrant, nor any stomach for violence in front of Flora. And so you take her hand and leave the house. Ah, so sweetly described. Okay, 066 is Flora and Cortez. Okay, so in our notes, we want to write, so 066. 066 Flora Cortez. He's got 3 folders. He's got Bishop's Road, which is empty. And then he's got El Santo Nino, the church, which has 4 Loteria boards. Plus 20 cards. Some sort of code for who to transport or something, right? And then he's got another folder for Los suertudos, the lucky ones. The people who always win at bingo. When we get a glance in there, we find one, we only see one name. Ronaldo Capote. Oh, we've gotten one of the names for the lucky ones. Now, this guy is one of the lucky ones, right? He's one of the people that he's the winner, right? He's not the caller. Yes. So this guy, Cortez, who was killed, he was one of the Los Suertudos that was killed. And now we've got the name of another one who might still be alive that we could talk to. We don't know how to make sense of the lottery boards yet, although I think that might be a way the secret message is. But now, who's Ronaldo Capote? Let's see if Ronaldo Capote is on this list. There he is. Ronaldo Capote. Now, Ronaldo Capote, just for fun, if we look up in our English directory, let's see if it's the same information. There's no entry for a Capote. Very interesting. Very interesting. All right, shall we talk to the other? Okay, so Jonathan says, are we sure Cortez was not the caller and the folder was to tell? Yes, I'm almost positive that he's not the caller. I mean, it's clear in my notes that Enrique Ramirez is the caller and Cortez is the Los Suertudos. I think these are just the cards he had on him. Remember, he had cards that he called with bingo, so it makes sense. I don't know what to tell you, but he's one of the lucky ones. Let's visit the other guy though. Maybe we'll find out. So the next guy is 336. Who's Ramirez. We can double check it though. I think he's the caller with Flora. I'm pretty positive, yeah. Okay, Ramirez with Flora helping us. I love how we leave the house with her, we're holding her hand because we're like, we don't want to get into a fight with her around. Okay, 336. Let's have Flora translate for the El Jefe. Is it a little better closer up? I think it is. People are gathered at the Ramirez household, dressed in black, heads bowed with sorrow, they whisper. Remember, this is the other guy who shot in the face with a shotgun. Flora tugs at your sleeve and guides you toward an elderly lady sitting by a bookshelf. You clear your throat, and she looks up, her eyes full of sadness. Flora introduces her as Gabriela Ramirez, Enrique's mother, and tells her she will translate for you. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Ramirez, you tell her. Thank you. She sounds guarded but sincere. Will you catch the man who did this to my son? I will certainly do my best. She sighs and swallows hard. When will the coroner give me my boy? I want to lay him to rest. Don't forget, we're told there's photos at the coroner. You explain that the body must remain there until the investigation is over. A sob catches in her throat. Can you tell me about him, your son? She takes a breath. My Enrique was a romantic soul. She looks up at you. He wanted to be a writer. He reads so much. She waves at the bookshelf beside you, the rows threatening to collapse from the weight. He was so happy when he started at the Lotteria. What was he doing before that? She waves her hand dismissively. Driving a truck. You ask her for more details. She nods. Enrique had been a trucker for a cornflower supplier, transporting the flour from the mill in Texas to Chavez Ravine. Why did he stop driving, you ask? He would take the flour to Ramos's store, the front for the other place. When it closed, he had to find other work. And anyway, calling Lotteria was better for him. He was a poet, you see. Well, what does poetry have to do with bingo? Miss Ramirez's face contorts. Lotteria is not bingo. The caller does not simply pull a ball out of a bucket and say the number. Lotteria is an art, and each card is a painting. There are lines of poetry to describe them to the players. Most callers use the same standard line. But my Enrique, she sighs sweetly, my Enrique wrote his own lines for each card. They were different every time. Everybody loved them. That is why Lotteria nights became so popular at El Santo Niño. The ones he had prepared for Friday were so clever. Having to recall her son's last night alive pulls at her grief, and Miss Ramirez excuses herself from the conversation. Before she walks away, she points to a stack of papers folded into the space between Salvador Novo and E.E. Cummings. You pull them out. There are lines written in Spanish. You hand them to Flora, and she begins to read. My words are repeated back to me. An echo? No, it is a voice not my own. That sounds like the parrot. Maybe. Like, is that the parrot? How you read the parrot card? How you call out parrot? Flora looks at the page quixotically, then gives up. Beneath the sea it swims and swims. It knows not of the sand castles that are built just along the shore. So maybe that's the shrimp. Fish. That's one's got to be a fish, or maybe a shark or an eel. Here's another one. She grows from little and needs little to grow. That one could be you, you say, to little Flora, and Flora rolls her eyes. That could be a cactus, right? She grows from little and needs little to grow. Or the pear, maybe. Oh, here's the cactus. A crown adorns the head, but this is no king. A serene afternoon spent on the river, the smell of fresh-picked flowers carried by a summer's breeze. A crown adorns the head, but this is no king. Oh, maybe that's our deer with its crown. A serene afternoon spent on the river, the smell of fresh-picked flowers carried by a summer breeze. That's this one, no? Fresh-picked flowers. Okay, so these are ways for him to call out these cards. Here's another one. The Technicos stand proud, protectors of the ravine, guardians of justice. That's going to be this, right? Flora's eyes go wide. This one, she says, I think this one is my favorite. And at the end, what are we but hearts that love has breathed life into? Well, there's our heart. It occurs to you that these were Ramirez's last words. And there is a beautiful sadness to that. Meanwhile, Cortez's last word was bingo. You stifle an unfortunate chuckle, remembering that he actually won only moments before getting shot, and these were the cards that led to his bingo. As you're considering this, you feel Flora's sneaky hands reach into your pocket and take out the Lotteria board. Oh, she noticed we got this and she just took it out. She said, what are you doing? That's evidence. You try to yank the board back from her, but she quickly turns her back to you, shielding it with her little body. I want to play Lotteria, she says. She holds the board in one hand and the paper in the other. She squints her eyes and chews her bottom lip. Aha, she says suddenly, her eyes widening with delight. It's El Cotoro, the parrot. Clearly you didn't have the right reaction because she rolls her eyes and grunts. The poem. My words are repeated back to me. An echo? No, it's a voice not my own. The solution is the parrot, which is what we guessed. For all the translating you've been doing, it could also be you say. That's what we say to Flora. But she has no time for your jokes. She says, you want to solve the case or not? You do, of course, so you sit with her and work on identifying the cards associated with the rest of the riddles. You hope this might lead you to the winning pattern from Friday night's game, and maybe, just maybe, a little bit closer to solving the case. Okay, so it seems to be telling us that we should identify each of the ones from the thing. It's interesting how this matches with the... Are these the ones that he's got in his pocket? Yes, they are. Not really. So it's a little confusing, right? Like we can identify the ones in the poem, but the ones he's got cards of are different. At least some are. So I'm not exactly sure what to make of that, but let us write down the ones in his poem. So, okay, so let's see. Remember, this is the one that the guy called Bingo on. Okay, so the first one is parrot. My words are reported back to me in echo. That's parrot, which has a number on it. The parrot is number 24. Okay. The next poem, beneath the sea it swims and swims. It knows not of the sandcastles that are built just along the shore. Well, if it's on this one here, then we know it's the shrimp. So L. Cameron, which is number 30. The next poem, she grows from little and needs little to grow. That's either the cactus or the pear. How do we decide from which? The part about needs little to grow suggests it's the cactus to me. What do you think? It's either cactus 39 or pear. The part about needing little to grow, that sounds like a cactus, not a pear. A pear, you probably gotta... Unless there's something else I'm missing. That one's a little confusing, I gotta admit. Pear is 15. She needs little to... She grows from little, needs little to grow. You could even think of the umbrella. Starting little and grows, but I don't know. But I guess cactus. A crown adorns the head, but this is no king. That feels to me like it's this guy here, the deer. So I think this is El Venado, which is 45. All right, and we think the first one is going to more likely be cactus. 24, 30, 39, 45. Okay. Then the next one is a serene afternoon spent on the river. That's the boat. La Chalupa. It's 48. That's the scenic thing. And next one is the Technicos stand proud, protectors of the ravine, guardians of justice. That's going to be this one. El Valiente. 12. Okay, and then the last one is, at the end, what are we but hearts? So this is El Corazon, which is 27. Now, it's a little bit confusing because it's obviously those don't make a bingo on this card, the card he yelled bingo for. But the other thing that's really confusing me is that these ones in the poem are different from the cards he had in his pocket that we don't fully understand. Let's take a look at that again. It says he's got in his right front pocket, he's got 6 colorful Mexican bingo cards. He's got La Chalupa. This is in pocket. La Chalupa, this is one of the ones on his list, 48. He's got El Soldado, Soldier. This one's not even on our card. He's got the shrimp, Cameron, shrimp, 30. He's got La Arana, spider. This is again not on our winning card. And El Valiente, which is on our card, the hero, which is 12. And then lastly, El Diablo, which again we don't have. So I don't know what the cards in his pocket mean. Any gut thought about that? About this, Jonathan? He's got 7 poem lines that he wrote out, planning to read. And then this guy claimed bingo, but no matter what you do, you don't get bingo from any of these combinations, right? Don't you have to get a cross or down or something? We've almost got a diagonal. We've got the hero, the deer, the cactus, and drum. None of these mean drum, right? Hearts, heroes, grows from little, needs little to grow, crown, river, sea. Yeah, so I don't understand what his list is yet. Maybe we're going to explain. It's clear the game is telling us that we should figure out how the poem matches to the items. You work on identifying the cards associated with the rest of the riddles. This might lead you to the winning pattern from Friday night's game. It says, let's look at that again. So it says we try to match up the cards associated with the rest of the riddles. You hope this might lead you to the winning pattern from Friday night's game, and maybe, just maybe, a little bit closer to solving this case. So, okay, so here's a concept. Think about this, Jonathan. Let me see if I can put this in view. I don't think so. I'm having different thoughts now. Look at this. If we look at his poems, right? Let me put marks on the ones he called out, because I think we see something. I think what we're seeing is there are 3 cards that it could be depending on how you get bingo. So like, look, this, and this were in his list, but hand not, right? And then we've got this guy was called out, this guy was called out, this guy was called out, but not drum. And then we've got another set here where we've got the boat was called out, the parrot was called out, the deer was called out, but no barrel. I think what we're being told here is that one of these 3 things were going to be the bingo. If hand was called out, it would be bingo this way. Barrel called out, it would be bingo this way. And if drum was called out, it'd be bingo this way. I think it's setting us up to figure out which of these 3 things were called out. I don't know how to explain this list we're given about the cards in his pocket. Because none of these 3 were there. But I feel like this is the piece of the missing puzzle. Figuring out which of these 3 it was is going to tell us something. So let's look for something that might be suggesting hand, barrel, or drum. I feel like maybe we're just supposed to put it together in a bit. That's my working theory. Let's read his description again, the caller. He's got 6 colorful Mexican bingo cards in his pocket. That's the part we really do not understand, what those cards in his pocket mean. Photo of a woman, $18. All right, maybe it's not for us to figure out yet. Let's continue with our case. Okay, so we went to the 2. Where's my list of places we wanted to look at? Here are the leads we have left. We were thinking about the 2 dead people. We visited them in Spanish. We could try and define the mask maker, the fan. This was given to us pretty early, Esperanza fan, and it may be Flora's house. So maybe we could try to find this. Then there's the church, the lawyer, the Navy Yard, and Ramos's and his shop that got arrested. And you might add to this the truck delivery that the guy used to work, but probably not. That's probably the same as the shop. Jonathan, you got any preference among those? I feel like if we want to follow the game in the order, then maybe we should try to find the Esperanza fan, Flora's family. Jonathan says, I guess it's just telling us that he was saying things other than what he was drawing. Let's assume what's in his pocket has no meaning, not overthink it. I think I think you might be reading it correctly. Like he's pulling out cards and he's just saying his memorized things and putting them in his pocket. So the cards in his pocket are the cards he actually drew, but not what he's reading aloud. I think you're on the right wavelength. I think you're on the right wavelength. And so we don't yet know what he actually called out. But we're going to hear that later, perhaps. I like that. All right. So I think we should try to find the mask maker and the Esperanza fan. Now, where did we hear about Esperanza the fan? The super fan. We heard it very early at the first witness who gave so much information. We ask who would know about it. Who would know about, we say, do you know who is an expert? Someone who might have been there last night. And he says, yes, Senora Esperanza. She is always at Lotteria, but she wants to be Lucha and she's too old. Okay. Too old to walk over the hill to El Templo. So she's in the town. So let's see if we can find Senora Esperanza on Flora's wonderful list of the barrio's residents. So Esperanza. There's one. And that's the only one there is. So let's see. Let's knock on her door with Flora. And see if that's indeed Madame Esperanza with dreams of the Lucha Libre, who was at Lotteria and can talk to us. 428. Here we go. So, 428. Esperanza with Flora. And I should be keeping my lead list. So 336 and then 428. 336, 428. Okay, here we go. La Senora Esperanza is sitting in her kitchen, looking at the door expectantly. She's ancient and twinkly-eyed. You are the police, she says. Is this about my grandson? You tell her it's not. He did not come home last night or all day today. I worry. Is this going to be... Oh, yeah, this is going to be Flora's brother. How old is he? Oh, he is grown, but he is still a boy. I guess she's an old woman. Only thinks he's a man. I guess they all do. That's what this world is full of, boys who think they're men and men who act like boys. Well, I'm sure he'll come home. You notice a little girl peeking out from around a corner. This is Flora. I wonder if she's going to pretend like she doesn't know us. The Senora Esperanza follows your sightline and shoos her away kindly. My granddaughter, she says. Where are her parents? Oh, in Texas, working the fields with so many others. You nod and get down to business. You ask her if she was there last night. She was. It was awful. I did not stick around, though. I wanted to get back to make sure my pequeña Flora was okay. Little Flora. The person who's working for us. I do not like leaving her alone as it is. In a night like that, if something goes bad, they sometimes go bad all over. You ask her what she means. She tells you about the police and their raids. They will use any excuse. Often they don't even need one. You ask her what she saw. Across her face sweeps a careful look of confusion. El Anjo Rojo, she says. At least it was meant to look like him. The mask, the cape, the tights. But two things make me think it was not him. Remember, she's the super fan. You ask what they are. What he did and how he did it. She says without a trace of irony, El Angel Rojo has heart, and he also has grace. Those may have looked like the moves of El Angel Rojo, the way he leapt and spun and dodged, but I have seen him enough times in the ring to know the difference. This luchador moved just different enough. More flash, less craft. More brutish, less fluid. He did not fly the same. I wonder if this was a luchador, though. Maybe we're hunting for another luchador. Like if he did moves like him. I don't remember us reading that he did moves. But now that she says he acted kind of like him, but not quite, makes you think it is a wrestler. She says, she is obviously a fan, so why was she not at the fight? She says, it has been a long time since I could make that walk over the hill into the city. She thinks for a moment. So perhaps I am not the best to ask. Perhaps El Angel Rojo moves differently now. I do not know. I do miss the battles, though. For a moment she looks wistful. You ask her about the men who were shot. Again, her face clouds over. Just awful, she says. Enrique Ramirez, the young Loteria caller. We all loved him. At his heart, he was a poet. He brought that to his work. This seems a bit strange to you, but you let it pass. And the other? The Cortez boy, she says, as if tasting something slightly sour. The Cortez boy. He was one of Los Suertudos. The lucky ones, we call them. You ask why that is. Well, two reasons, I guess. They made it back from the war, a little gang of them. Left as boys, came back as, Los Suertudos. I guess they make their own luck now. She puts her finger to the side of her nose and winks. They make their own luck now. They're mafiosos. They're criminals. But Cortez, he wasn't so lucky. Well, he won that night, she says and sighs. But I suppose in the end, he was not. Okay. So she doesn't really give us more information, except she says Los Suertudos were all in the war together. And if they all served in the war, maybe they all served in the Navy along with the other guy. Does she give us any other information? We ran into little Flora. They all like the poet caller. They don't know he's in on this stuff. They all, gang of them, left as boys, came back as they make their own luck. So maybe Navy. I'd like to make a mark on the places we go to here. 428 we went to. Esperanza, where does she live? 428 there. We went to someplace else here too. Yeah, we went to 66 on the map. I don't know why I like making these marks. It makes me feel good. I want that to know we've traveled around. 428 we did in 336. What's right there? Okay. We haven't been to Capote's house yet. 378. We went to that place. All right. Well, we went to the Superfan. We've still got the Mask Maker. The Navy Armory. The Ramos guy who was involved in who's been arrested and is on trial. Got a preference? The Mask Maker feels like they could let us in on some secret information. What do we know about the Mask Maker? Where were we told that? We were told that pretty early. Mama Carreta. Okay, so we learned that at 3:30 when we were talking to the Red Angel. He says, Mama Carreta is not only a mask maker, she is the keeper of the masks. Okay. Jonathan and I are on the same page about going to her. So let's see if we can find her. So let's look on Flora's map and see if we can find Carreta. Cantero, Capote. No, I don't see any Carreta on the map. Well, let's see if she's in our regular directory. It's weird that the school is on this list. All right, let's see if we can find Carreta. Mama Carreta, the mask maker. There she is. M. Carreta, 222 in W7. Okay, 222 W7. She was way downtown. She lives here. Or if you want to do it digitally, she lives. All right, so let's take a walk to Mama Carreta and see what she has to say. So let's keep track of our leads. So 222 Mama Carreta, the mask maker and keeper of secrets. 428 was Esperanza. And 336 was Ramirez. Okay. Looks like we'll do this one and take a break. Okay, so this is not with Flora's help. We're just going down on our own. She must speak English. Okay, let's see what the mask maker says. I wonder if we're going to get a mask here. It's tricky to pinpoint your conception of what kind of woman both handcrafts and safeguards elaborate masks for professional wrestlers. Asked to try, you might imagine Mama Carreta as a slightly wizened, or at least profoundly mature, slightly mysterious, or at least very unimpressed, somewhat curmudgeonly oracle type. Sure, it appears she's a mama, at least judging by the tornado of kids around her door, but she's also got a kind of whirlwind of her own, the sort of quick, breathtaking pull that can have you desperately looking for gravity. Even before she speaks, you can tell that many have careened happily into the eye of her storm. Cuidado, Carmela, she shouts at a girl hanging off the corner of the roof, then flashes her eye on you. Mama Carreta, you say? Mama de todos, she says, smiling a smile that makes you feel like you get it, even if you don't. She says, the mother of everything. Mama de todos, mother of them all. Suddenly, at a loss for what to do next, you pull out your identification and immediately feel stupid for doing so. She smiles again, looking at your credentials like they're your first ever finger painting. She even touches your arm, a gentle congratulations with a bit of electric static. Can I speak to you in English? You say, sure she speaks every language there is, as well as a couple there aren't. She nods and laughs at one of the kids. Okay, you say. El Ángel Rojo, I need to know about his mask. She looks at you a moment, then answers. Yes, she makes the Red Angel's masks, the one he wears and the one she holds on to. She does this for many luchadores, so that checks out. But then this part does not. She never saw Zoot Suit Jesus. She knows who you're talking about, but he didn't come around last night, and no one else did either, asking for Red Angel's mask. So it's still here, you say? Of course it is, she says, and begins to look worried. You ask if you can see the mask. She looks into your eyes, arrow straight. What is this about, detective? And so you tell her pretty much everything you know. You're not quite sure why, you just can't really help yourself. You tell her so damn much, she almost has to believe you. Even when you say he sent you here, the imprisoned Red Angel, to get his mask for him. She has to believe you even when you say he sent you here, the imprisoned Red Angel, to get his mask for him. And in a way, he did. He told you about Mama Carreta and told you how to find his mask. Told you to find his mask. Sure, he meant the one he claimed was stolen, but would he even notice the difference? If, of course, he took the one off after gunning the two men down, then burned it or shredded it or otherwise eradicated it, then yeah, he was playing for you about half a patsy. But if he really has no idea where the other mask got to, then this might do the trick. Whatever trick that is, or at least get him talking. Remember, he said, bring me my mask and I'll talk, and he meant the mask that was stolen from him, but we're bringing him the second mask. Maybe. You're starting to confuse yourself. Mama Carreta touches your arm and asks if you want to see them. Who? The masks, of course. And now you're already following her, around to the back of the house, into a shed, down to a cellar, and every step further into darkness. A light flashes on. You see, she says, and then you do. You're surrounded by walls of faces, like some terrible, beautiful alien trophy room of prizes from across the galaxy. Eyeless, mouthless, bodiless faces, resplendent in their glory. Holy Toledo, you say. It is all of them, says Mama Carreta. Every luchador in the City of Angels, and even some beyond. Do you know why they come to me? You shake your head. Destiny, says Mama Carreta, stroking the beak of a silver-plumed swamp thing. She's stroking the beak of one of the masks. It doesn't matter if you're Rudo or Technico, a hero or a villain. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. Those are just jobs. For a true luchador, Destiny is what happens when you put on the mask. Do you become it? Or does it become you? Do you want to try one on, detective? You know you should say no. You know it. But there's also this wondrous physical urge. You shake your head. She laughs. I wouldn't anyway. I wouldn't let you anyway. These are very personal things. She reaches up to the Red Angel's mask. You recognize it from all those masked sentries on the church's steps. I am unsure if I should let you have this. As she says this, she looks at it steadily, then holds the mask out to you. It feels light in your hands, but also warm, almost buzzing. You turn it inside out and find the secret stamp. An angel wing and a number, 1947. I mark each one, she says, the sign of the luchador and the year I made the mask. What are you going to do with it? It's a good question. You stare down at the eyeless, scarlet face. To bring this mask to the Red Angel, take the last 3 digits of the date stamp, reverse them, and proceed to that lead. Or simply hand the mask back to Mama Careta and be on your way. I mean, we've not yet found a place in any of these games where something bad happens to us by doing something. But this last game feels like it's holding out any possibility. Anything's possible with this game. But surely we're going to do it. But let's write it down first. So we're at 222. Mama Careta, the mask woman. And she tells us the secret stamp inside is 1947 and angel wing. You find the secret stamp, an angel wing and a number, 1947. To bring this mask to the Red Angel, you take the last 3 digits of the date stamp, reverse them, so this would be 749 if we wanted to go to give it to the Red Angel. No reason we shouldn't, right? We don't know what's going to happen. We haven't talked to his lawyer yet, but we're convinced he's innocent is the thing. So I don't see any harm in giving it to him. John said I'd give it to him. It's time for us to take a break, though. It's 5 a.m. We're going to take an 8-minute break. And then let's decide when we want to break. We could easily play for another hour, no problem. But the way we've been breaking up these cases is, I think, Jonathan, correct me if I'm wrong, you and I have basically been asking ourselves, are we past the halfway point? And do we want to stop so that our second playthrough is balanced? Or do we want to go, or are we afraid this case may go on long and we want to use all of our time? So we're going to take a break. Jonathan's going to think about whether we can play tomorrow and when we should stop. It's hard to tell from this case how much more there is. I can't quite tell. It seems likely that we're past the halfway point. On the other hand, we've got more stuff to open, so I don't know. But we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll discuss.
I'll make it up to you. I'll make it up to you. I'll make it up to you.
You are watching Co-op for Two. We're back from break, probably our last break. You can see the cat's tail just went by. And we're discussing what we think, as Jonathan summed up properly. I guess it scrolled up. We're talking about whether we've passed the halfway point. Jonathan says, we mostly have proved Red Angel's innocence. We have some suspicion it might be another luchador framing him. I think it's not framing, it's about pretending to be him to get access to something or someone. We suspect it ties into the smuggling. Jonathan says maybe someone wanted to stop the smuggling in the image of the Red Angel, sort of vigilantism, a hero of community taking out smugglers. It could be, or it's someone trying to prevent people from testifying against them or trying to get rid of the witnesses that know about the smuggling. It's not clear. We don't know. But we're trying to figure out when the good stopping point is and when we're past the halfway point, and I don't think we're sure. Shall we continue to play for a little bit and give him the mask, Jonathan, or is this a good place to stop? I'm not sure. What do you think? Or someone could be trying to, don't forget the other thing. You said maybe someone wanted to stop the smuggling, and I said maybe someone wants to kill off the people who know about the smuggling. But the other possibility is sort of the oldest story on the books about illegal businesses, which is one faction's trying to hone in on the business and kill off the old ringleaders so they can take over the illegal business. That would be very conceivable. John says, I'm a bit tired, so I guess we stop here and risk a long section stop here, risk a long session next time. Wednesday should work for next session. That's tomorrow. Okay, well, you heard it here from Jonathan's mouth to your ears. We are going to stop here. This has been like a return to form. I am so thrilled to see this third case feel so involving and engrossing like the first one. I'm looking forward to continuing tomorrow. And we're going to end it here. And we'll see you tomorrow. Maybe a long session tomorrow. I think we'll be able to finish it. But it's good. We'll hit it fresh. We've still got some codes to solve. And we remember where we are. We're about to deliver the mask to the Red Angel. Jonathan Warner says, sorry if anyone else in the chat wanted to keep going. Just feels like, that's fine. The other person who's been Anna Maria wants to come back or whatever, Robert. So no apologies needed. I'll see you all tomorrow at 11 p.m. where we pick up the case of Lucha Muerte. And with that, I'll see you tomorrow.